All right, we are back. Let me make sure that video is working okay and the sound is coming through. One, two. We're back. Welcome back to the Late Show with your host, Young Brando from Los Angeles. I'm very happy to be with you as always. This is my refuge in many ways. So I love being here talking watches with you. It's going to be a great day. We're going to do some auction previews as I want to do. I'm also going to talk about some new releases. Seiko again has done it. They came out with a few different watches. It seems that they are really taking advantage of this 110th anniversary in watchmaking. It's kind of strange, but I'm very happy because they have been coming up with a lot of interesting pieces, especially in the prospects and presage ranges, which are in many ways the sweet spot for Seiko, especially if you are making the jump from very affordable pieces, in the 350, 500, 700, 1000 range. I think Seiko has great offerings in the prospects for diver watches and diver styled watches, and in Presage for watches that have a little bit more of a classic touch, a little bit more of a neo vintage kind of vibe, a little more of a dressy flavor. So I'm very happy with these releases. Don't take me wrong, but it seems a little excessive. For them to release, I think already almost more than a dozen new pieces for their 110th year, which in the bigger scheme of things seems like a pretty insignificant um, anniversary. But then again, who am I to say? Maybe 110 actually for them means something much more special than I can only presume. Van Lux, hey. Um, well, I'm not so young myself, but I do look like a young version of Brando because he has aged terribly, unfortunately. Still one of the best actors of all time, so there's no doubt about that. And I am the best in what I do too. So the parallel is very easy to see if you would like to. If not, that's okay because I know you have a nice sense of humor, and so do I. So, not a problem. So Seiko basically came out with, I think, four different pieces in the Presage range, and yet another diver that iterates on the Captain Willard slash turtle shape as well. They're cushion shaped diver. I haven't, sometimes their webpage is very hard to navigate. So I'm going to borrow from Monochrome and a Block to Watch. But I hope that's okay. As always, I give due credit. I don't just scroll through other people's pages and other people's work. I don't steal like some other channels do, um, and usually from me, of course, since they can't come up with any original ideas. But no worries. We'll focus on what we do best. This is the Seiko Prospects 1970s diver modern reinterpretation, Naomi Uemura SLA 069. Um, this is, of course, dedicated to the Japanese explorer by that name, and it is his first of the five climbs that he did. That's why you see Mont Blanc on the watch as a kind of background pattern. So the watch basically takes after those kind of nature-inspired dial designs that Seiko does so well and distinguished itself. Of course, especially at the Grand Seiko range, where the quality of finishing is one notch above. That doesn't necessarily mean it's bad in prospects. It's just an embossed design, but there's a nice texture to it. I think it's not such a bad idea to cross genres a little bit, because at the end of the day, especially a cushion-shaped diver, um, doesn't need to be underwater to serve as a different kind of watch. It can certainly do double duty and be a kind of explorer's watch, be a kind of field watch. Pardon me. That doesn't mean, of course, that it necessarily follows that aesthetic. This is still Captain Willard through and through. This is still a 1970s style Seiko diver with that cushion-shaped case, with the bright, luminous signature for the dial. But the white, the polar white, you might say, dial, of course, inspires something different. And I think the blued accents on the crown, as well as the bezel, are an interesting touch as well. I don't know what to make of it. I don't necessarily like it, but hey, if you're gonna make a limited edition, you might as well do something more than just offering another dial color, another dial design. It's nice that they complemented that dedication to Naomi Uemura beyond just giving the scenery, giving the silhouette of Mont Blanc embossed on the dial, but also added that extra blue touch, which I think is actually a decent contrast from the general stainless steel, silvery color scheme of the watch. You, of course, have the date window lodged right between 4 and 5 o'clock. The watch comes on a bracelet. It's on a 4 hertz caliber, 26 jewels, with a 50-hour power reserve. And of course, coming from that heritage of being a proper dive watch with a screw-down crown, it also has a 200-meter, meaning 20 atmos of water resistance or depth rating. The piece is going to be a limited run of 500 units, and it is going to be available starting May 2023 in Seiko boutiques and selected retailers, and the retail price is expected to be around $3,000. Again, the cushion case generally wears really well. I have an SRPE SRPE 05, which is the so-called King Turtle, which is advertised as a very big watch, but actually, because of that cushion shape, fits very nicely on my wrist, which is very small and puny, actually. So don't get scared by the 44 millimeter, especially if you are gonna go for any other SLA 069. If you are going for a Prospect series dive watch with that cushion-shaped case, which is sometimes called Captain Willard, sometimes called after the character in the Apocalypse Now movie, sometimes called Turtle, simply because the shape assumes something like a turtle shell in terms of its form. In either case, I think it is a very well-designed case shape. It sits on the wrist really well. Actually, just since I've always that particular watch at hand. I love wearing it to the gym. Um, Let me just show it to you and wear it so you have an idea about the dimensions of the case and how it actually wears. So this is the so-called King Turtle, right? The turtle-shaped Seiko Prospex diver with the green rubber strap and the waffle dial. So looks pretty big, right? Reads pretty big. It's 44.5 with, I think, 13. No one's stealing, Van. I always had a very limited audience. This is still very much a niche channel. This is still very much a connoisseur's channel. I am trying to expand, but you got to leave things be. You're going to build and let people come. I'm not competing with anyone. St. Peter, nice to see you, man. Black bezel white dial divers always look good. I do agree. I do love that shape. I don't want to take the spotlight away from this beautiful SLA 069, the Naomi Uemura diver, but I do want to show how this piece sits on the wrist. Again, you see, even though it's 44 and a half, it pretty much sits the same way that a 40 millimeter diver sits on your wrist. It's a little wider, but I think because it's not such a thick watch, it just looks like a nice, hefty, masculine sports watch. So that's what the cushion-shaped diver looks like. I love it. I love it on the rubber strap, especially. The piece that we were looking at, of course, comes on a 5-link bracelet design that is pretty solid. The Prospex bracelets, I think, for the price points are usually good, but I usually think of them as more appropriate to $1,500, $2,000 price point, not necessarily 3,000. So I wouldn't go after this particular piece unless you are especially taken by the silhouette of Mont Blanc on the dial. Maybe you are a fan of Naomi Uemura as an explorer. Maybe you particularly find an inspiration in him, in the iconic climbs that he has accomplished. Maybe you want to go after all the 5 pieces that are going to be released one after the other, I'm sure. Or maybe you simply like the aesthetics of this watch and you think it's worth 3,000. I'm not mad at that. I can't argue with that, but I think Seiko has a lot of value in the divers range that are around 1,000, 1,500, and even much less, where you don't have to go here. My immediate example for that would be, of course, the take on this 67, if I'm not mistaken, right? Let me see. Just give me 1 second, guys. I think these pieces are pretty good, usually. Again, that Divers Recreation series, the 1965 especially, and there's a lot of value in that series, but I do want to pull up what they still have in stock without in any way leading you towards something that's not even sold anymore. Right here, this is the watch that I was talking about. I mean, if you are fine with the classic shape, it has this anthracite sunburst dial, nice thick stick markers for the indices. I think this is a beautiful aesthetic, beautiful watch. People over the last couple of years, people have had varying opinions about it. But overall, it has been received pretty positively. And I think if you like Seiko divers, you can hardly go wrong with the SPB 143. St. Peter, thank you so much for your Fashion Week favorites, if any, to in terms of designs, man. Let's see. I think honestly, I feel I'm usually more interested in what celebrities wear these days than what I see on the screen, on the runway, rather. Thank you, Bezos. I appreciate you. Thank you for the thumbs up. Let me see. Let me see if I can quickly find on Instagram what I was looking at earlier. Honestly, I kind of like Louis Vuitton. I guess that will be a little cheesy, and I don't even know who designed it for this season. I know they signed on Pharrell for the foreseeable future, but I just like the general aesthetic. It doesn't seem as try hard as some of the other design houses. There's a lot of vintage silk kind of patterns, like paisleys and other sorts of embroidered forms of silk. um I like it, and I like that kind of aesthetic that has been really popular with athleisure, right? People like leisurely stuff. They have transformed it in this show into a kind of night robe aesthetic. I like that. I appreciate the kind of proliferation of cashmere sweatpants, sweatsuits, but ultimately, I think you can only wear gray sweatpants for so long. That unless you are gonna try to run a peep show of a certain kind for the ladies, because apparently I learned this very recently that it's understood to be slutty for men to wear gray tight sweatpants. I usually try to go for more audacious colors if I'm wearing a sweatpant, but one should take care, I guess. Yeah, honestly, I like that they didn't also stick to one particular look. There's a lot of stuff that's light, that's loose, that seems, at least at first sight, comfortable and roomy, but there are also a few outfits that are a little more elevated, a little more elegant, a little more tightly fitting, um, especially for evening wear. So I don't know. Maybe other people who are professionals in this field might consider it confused rather than having a focused collection, a certain kind of vision. Yeah, being an old school Louis Vuitton fan for trunks and bags, I don't really like the newer stuff they come up with when it comes to ladies' handbags. At some point, Archie and I were gonna do a show on Louis Vuitton stuff, but it was very quickly derailed, and not through anything, by the way, pernicious or conspiratorial, but simply because Archie was just interested in screaming rather than having a discussion, which is, as you guys know, my vibe. I like having reasoned arguments and kind of points that one fleshes out rather than screaming into the microphone. So that's my take. I mean, it's not much of a take. It's not really, fashion is not my passion, honestly. I'm not trying to even rhyme, but you see what I did right there. I like men's style, but what I like is decidedly untimely, out of fashion, musty. I have an aesthetic that's mostly resembling, thrift finds, vintage curated, whatever you can call it. I don't want to come up with an elevated vocabulary. That's how I patched together my own style when I was younger, when I was still in college. I used to just go, I used to go to the rugby Ralph Lauren stores, which were very affordable at the time, kind of like a diffusion slash entry level range into Ralph Lauren, even one notch below Polo. And I used to go to thrift stores, in New York, on the East Coast, and just get stuff that people may have just died in. That's my aesthetic. Well, Van Lex, I'm not gonna comment. But if you're willing to pay well, I will, on Patreon, I will introduce a special tier for you, and I can send you pictures of my junk there. But it's gonna cost you. Let's see. This is your favorite, apparently. Okay, let's pull it up. Oh, McQueen. Okay, nice. Yeah, thank you for this gift, Saint Peter. This is nice. Love it. Right. Going back to the watch discussion, we were talking about Seiko divers and specifically about the SLA 069, the Naomi Uemura special edition, which is about $3,000. very hefty price tag if you ask me for a decent dive watch where you have so many options, even within Seiko's own range. Of course, this watch is not as adventurous. It's not as unconventional. I mean, a cushion-shaped diver is as iconic as anything, but this is a little more traditional. This is a little more predictable, but it's also quite a workhorse. Great for everyday wear. Seikos at this range and below are not the most precise timekeepers. If that's your expectation, do stay away. That's one thing that needs to be front loaded. That's something that needs to be highlighted at the outset. If you're looking for precision timepieces off the rack, right out of the factory, you are not going to find that with Seiko pieces under a 1500, under 1500. So if you obsess over +2, -4 chronometric precision day by day, stay away. But otherwise, Seiko will satisfy all sorts of craving that you would have from this kind of watch. Hi, John D. Yeah, I mean they're pretty finicky, but it's okay. I mean that's why I love Seikos, at least, for sure. So going back to other releases from Seiko, they have come up with this quartet from Presage, which piqued my interest a lot more actually than what we were just looking at with the Prospex diver, that I want to show you again before we switch to the Presage range. This is from a blog to watch. Again, the web page is sometimes hard to navigate, and it's basically two different watches, or two new iterations of two different types of watches that come in the Presage cases, that are slightly different from each other in terms of certainly the functionality, but also in terms of the case dimensions as well. The two on the left, as you can see, are retrograde day and date watches, whereas the two on the right have radial date, or like a pointer date in a subdial at 6. So if we are to go into it, there is the blue Shippo enamel, which has kind of a rosette guilloche style decoration on it that makes that particular blue enamel dial shimmer in a certain way. This is the model that is pretty much a three-hander with a pointer date at 6 o'clock and an inward facing crescent for the power reserve indicator at 9 o'clock. Pretty cool watch. I actually love the Roman numerals as well, and the way that gold accent of the 12 o'clock, as well as the centrally deployed seconds hand, contrasts with the rest of the colors. That piece, if I am correct, is 2050, limited to 800 pieces, right? Just to get right the case dimensions as well. 40.6 millimeter by 14.1. So 40.6 millimeter in diameter, 14.1 in thickness, and I think it's around 49 millimeters from lug to lug as well. So very, pretty much the modern dress watch aesthetic for these. The price point is not so bad at 2050 with 800 pieces. The cream, that's the SPB 399. The cream porcelain SPB 397. Again, the same model, same dimensions, just a different dial, which has a cream enamel dial with these recessed subdials for the power reserve indicator and the pointer dates. You still have gold accents against that off-white enamel, which I actually kind of like a little better. I think it's more plain and perhaps makes it even more becoming of the genre. I do like this Presage case, by the way, both in terms of its dimensions and design. Those deep chamfers on the lugs, I think, give the watch a certain contemporary edge, even though it otherwise reads as a pretty ho-hum kind of dress watch, especially with that spade hand for the hours. And this again, outward facing crescent counterweight for the seconds hand. I mean, it has certain interpolations towards even a pocket watch aesthetic, which by all means, right? After all, Seiko is taking a cue from their museum piece in the Laurel, which was basically the first time they tried a wristwatch. That watch itself, the Seiko Laurel, looks very much like a conversion watch rather than something that's outright designed as a wristwatch. So when they're celebrating the anniversary of that watch, it's normal that they take certain aspects of it to reiterate. So these are those two pieces. The blue one, once again, is the SPB 399, and it's priced right around $2,000, 2050 specifically, limited run of 800 pieces. The cream Arita porcelain is 1850, 1,850 for the SPB 397. That's 1,500 pieces. The one with the urushi lacquer, which is this piece, that is the SPB 395. And this is the day date piece. Remember that both the dates and the day is actually retrograde. So at the beginning of the week, it snaps back, it snaps down. At the beginning of the month, it snaps, the pointer snaps back to the first of the month, which is pretty cool. All the watches, by the way, are run by a 6R series caliber, 4 hertz, 45 hours of power reserve, pretty run-of-the-mill. Can't really expect too much from it. Again, the regulation is pretty all over the place, -15 plus 25 seconds per day. So it's nothing to write home about, nothing to get excited about. That's red urushi lacquer on the SPB 395 is probably one of the most attractive parts of the piece, in addition to the retrograde day and dates. That's again a limited run of 1,500, and the price point is 1,850. The day date pieces, by the way, are slightly smaller, 40.2 millimeter in diameter, so even even closer to that sweet spot of 40 millimeter. and around 12 millimeters in thickness. And that comes either in this plain enamel with recessed subdials and blued hands against it, or white hands against the red urushi lacquer dial, which I think in terms of the combinations of colors and the deepness of that red that, at least in this picture, registers almost like maroon to me, is the most fascinating part of this watch. The SPB 393, which is the white enamel, probably a little more of an involved process to achieve that white enamel dial. That's why it's 2000 rather than the Urushi lacquer. That is the SPB 393. And all in all, again, I like them all. I'm a little more partial to the day-date models because they look more balanced. They're a little smaller in terms of the case dimensions. And I like the aesthetic. I like the blued hands against the white enamel for the SPB 393. And for the SPB 395, I actually adore the red urushi with those gilt accents on the dial. I think that's absolutely sweet. Hi, JJ. Nice to see you, man. John D says, aesthetically not a fan of Seiko divers, but their Presage and Alpinist lines really suit me. I like them all, honestly. And as Van Lux says, the more they suck, the more I love them. It's just fine. Too many colors. I do agree. You know, we will see whether these releases will hit the right spot. As I said, since they started celebrating this 110th anniversary, they have come up with at least, well, more than a dozen different watches. And that can be confusing sometimes. That's not always a good thing. So there are too many colors, too many variations. I can't even go back to all the discrete releases at this point. But I kind of like this quartet from Presage, especially the day-date models, with this red lacquer urushi being my favorites. That is the SPB 395. Again, a limited run of 1,500 pieces at 1850. The pieces are right at that $2,000 range, right under, right above, or exactly right there for the white enamel piece, SPB 393. I think this is a goal for me. There are not many watches that present this sort of ultra classical aesthetic for this price range. And for what it's worth, the Seiko Presage watches, even though they take elements from vintage pieces, from even pocket watch inspirations, I think they have a very unique visual language that is almost immediately recognizable as Seiko. So I like them for that reason. I think these are certainly worth it. I would go with the Urushi dial because I'm actually hoping, a lot of people express this as a worry because Urushi lacquer apparently can turn in colors over time. As a vintage watch enthusiast, that sounds promising to me. Honestly, I would love to see if and when these watches turn in color, what kind of dial aesthetics we will be left with, what kind of scenes we will see. I would look forward to that, actually. They are. Honestly, I do have, my rule is never to really go above 1,000 for watches in this segment. But I also have to come to terms with the fact that watches have gotten more expensive at every single level. And it is what it is. Seiko, every brand has price updates at least twice a year these days. So Seiko is not an exception, unfortunately. So I think we talked enough about Seiko tonight. I'm gonna switch gears to go back to the auction, specifically the online only Christie's auction based out of Hong Kong. Philips also released their Hong Kong online auction listings. So I would love to take a look into that. But actually, now that we are here, I wanted to take a look at a watch with you, and I really want to hear what you have to say, because in a way I'm of two minds about this particular release, which you may have heard about from Nevada Granchen. But I'm gonna leave the final decision to you. And in fact, let me start a poll. This is their new integrated bracelet watch, and as always, Meech is impeccable with his timing. Hi, Meech.
What's going on, Lord?
How are you doing, man?
Busy.
Okay. What is keeping you occupied?
Oh, yeah, no, I guess I'm in full lambing season now. About a month early here. At first, I thought it was just a few girls just kind of coming in early, but apparently we're in full swing of things here. So, yeah. So yeah, nights become longer. So yeah, it's busy.
John D was saying earlier, I'd like to push back on the overabundance of color options. When you sit with a bespoke suit maker, options are nearly infinite. Isn't the abundance of Seiko options similar in concept? And I was just writing to him saying that's why a lot of people don't bespeak suits anymore. The price point, of course, is a hindrance. In my case, I understand what you mean, John D. I think being spoiled for choice can be sometimes enticing. And I actually share the sentiment with you. I would rather have infinite options and make my own choices. But on this channel, a lot of times I'm trying to adopt the place of an average customer, right? I'm trying to relate to what people often say, how they react, what they think. And I know that for years, if not for more than a decade, that was people's complaint about Omega. And I think it has hurt them over the long run, right? I want a Speedmaster. What should I get? I want a Seamaster. What should I get? People just didn't know. And it didn't help that they have an entire website that doesn't even disappear discontinued models, right? For people like us, John D, for you and me, we know which model goes where and whether it's discontinued and what kind of virtues it has, even when it's discontinued. We can go by almost rote memory and say, hey, you want a Speedmaster, you should most certainly go for either the Hesalite crystal and the classic Moonwatch with the solid case back, or with a sapphire sandwich. Nothing else will cut it. But for the average person, that's not it. That's sometimes not a satisfying answer. They are like, well, I like the colors on this, I like the orange accents on that one. Maybe I actually want a Speedmaster Racing that is a little larger and sits nicer on my wrist. And among racing, I have these 5 options. I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. I'm gonna go get something else, right? So I'm gonna go get a Hamilton, Hamilton chrono. Why not? So it can sometimes confuse people just having that many options beyond the dial color. And I think with Seiko, it wasn't just the dial color. It's the fact that for the 110th anniversary, they came up already with more than a dozen different things. And it's barely been 2 months since the year started. What do you think about that, Meech? Is it a good thing that sometimes these brands have so many options out there in a certain range of a model?
So I'm going to assume here we're talking watches, not suits, correct?
Watches, for now at
Okay.
least.
Yeah, I would definitely say Omega Seiko, if you insist, Grand Seiko, although there's nothing grand about them. Definitely have this problem where they overflow the catalog here, and I'm sure, Lord, you've heard me say this, but initially, yeah, I wanted my first real diver after the Tudor, so to speak, was supposed to be an Omega Seamaster 300M. And
Okay.
when I started looking at the catalog online here, yeah, like you said, it got so overwhelming. So I just said, screw this. I'm just going to go buy a Submariner because, hey, everybody knows what a Submariner is, and it's technically not hard to get one. You just got to have to be willing to pay the premium. So yeah, I definitely, and I know a lot of people, and I kind of wonder how many people have done the same thing where they just looked at Omega's catalog and said, well, screw this, Rolex catalog is a lot shorter, or Longines, or Zenith, or JLC. I wonder how much business, it'd be very interesting to see how much business Omega's lost due to that. Now, I'm not saying it's really, I wouldn't say it's astronomical, but I would still find it to be very interesting, how many people in 1 in 5 maybe have just decided to say piss on the brand because they can't figure out the catalog. And that'd be in my opinion, that'd be quite embarrassing and quite, I don't know, dare I say, frustrating.
Again, I'm completely on your side. You're basically articulating the same problem, but I have to also come to terms with the fact that at this point in time, having been in watches for a good 2 decades, I can't really put myself in the shoes of an average customer or someone who is just being thrown into this hobby. So I don't actually know if someone is entirely turned away by having multiple options, but I can certainly see how confusing it would be. You might say it makes that brand a little more self-selective, and jokingly we say a lot of things about people who feel so strongly about Omega, and that's the reason, right? Because they have to actually study what they're going to get, and at the end of that journey, no matter how long or short, they end up being a little more wedded to the idea and being a little more confident about their choices. And that confidence can be misplaced sometimes, admittedly. But I think it makes Omega collectors a pretty interesting bunch. I do admire them in a certain way. Whether that ultimately turns off the average customer or the imaginary customer just because there are too many choices, I don't know. But I think you put it in such good terms, both speaking to your own experience, but also counterposing, the Seamaster and the Submariner. Because at the end of the day, even with the modern line, I'm not even going to get into the vintage, whereas the Seamaster is not only a dive watch, as you know, right? Omega used to have dozens of different iterations of the Seamaster that were simply dress watches. So we're not even talking about that. But even within the modern range, there are so many different dial options, without even going into, Ploprof, Aquaterra, this or that. It can be daunting. Whereas, Rolex Submariner kind of follows the Fordist method of industrial production. You can have any Submariner you like as long as it's black. That's it. You can have it black on black. You can have it now black with the green bezel. That's it in stainless steel. For anything else, you would have to either go into the secondary markets or go into the up market, so to speak, and try to seek something in precious metal or at least in two-tone, right?
Absolutely. I will say this though. I think with my experience with Omega, I think I'll give Omega this. I think they've unwill or unknowingly have forced the consumer to actually begin doing research, because maybe losing business is a wrong way of wording it when they overflow the consumer with products, but they've definitely lose the sale in the moment. I think that's, I think that might be a better way to pinpoint it. And but anyways, I'll say this. I do remember having to take the time and sit down and watch various YouTube videos from various different creators, and trying to understand the evolution of what is still active on the roster, so to speak, when it comes to, well, this Seamaster just got discontinued, but this one's still technically in production. You can still technically get this one, but you have to swap out, X amount of parts for when you service it and this and that. I think Omega does unknowingly, perhaps pushes the ball over the ledge there when it comes to someone who's just getting into maybe a deeper end of the pool here, where it forces them to actually sit down, do the research, and figure out what's going to work for them, what's not going to work for them. Because I remember I had to do that myself, and obviously, like you said, Lord, it's hard for us to kind of imagine that now because we've been in the game for too long. We kind of know the catalogs back and forth now, front to back for the most part. But yeah, as someone as a new consumer, man, that would be tough. I wouldn't say I'd hate it. As a matter of fact, it actually might be quite enjoyable now because of all the options. But at the same time, I can see it becoming very frustrating because like you said, it's just one too many options where you kind of just say piss on it, and I'll settle for something that's simple and what I know.
Hi, Fries. I guess, let us know if you're in Belgium or Switzerland so we don't have to figure it out. Whew, yeah. Look, I mean, it's honestly, again, I don't think it's enviable. On the one hand, I kind of think, man, it's really an interesting time for watches in any segment. With all the micro brands we have, there's now so many different options. For 1,000, 1,500, there's some great watches. Then you have all these independents, whereas when I was growing up, that was a fool's errand. That there were a couple of names that were whose names were sometimes as foreign as Greek gods. It's like Philippe Dufour. What is that? Does it make your morning coffee? Does it cook? Does it clean? I don't know. It's like it wasn't something that was part and parcel of the collector's landscape today. Now everyone can recite half a dozen independents, off the top of their mind. Dufour, F.P. Jean, Kari Voutilainen, so on and on and on. Daniel Roth, Parmigiani, this and that. I mean, and there are different segments of independence. There are different approaches. There are now independents that are old enough that they are going through their third or fourth period of ownership and being revived. There are independents that are Phoenix brands that are brought back from the grave, simply borrowing a name from the past to produce something different. Chapek is a great example for that, even though it's a brand that I really respect. So it's an exciting time, but I also couldn't imagine like being thrown into this not knowing anything about watches. Like, how would I navigate this space? Um, so I'm glad we have at least YouTube and these sorts of live streams and all the other more mainstream resources where you at least have some connoisseurship, some curation, some intelligent discussions, some very insightful interviews. So you need some sort of filter, though. You need a sieve because there's just too much to process sometimes.
I'd agree, but also, Lord, I think you're forgetting a very, very important and crucial thing when it comes to this here. And obviously, I've had a few friends who have experienced this firsthand on the battlefield of watches, and that is the shell shock of watch of how watches are represented nowadays. Like it, unfortunately, in the last 2 years here, a lot of brands have decided to feel like they're too good for the consumers. A lot of them have gotten the Rolex syndrome, if you will. Um, Swatch is a good example of that, where they just don't want to deal with the customers anymore.
Right.
Um, or people. I guess I think that's the bigger obstacle in the way is you can do all the research, you can do all this, you can kind of get a good idea, but when you go into a Rolex store
Hmm.
or a Patek Philippe store, and then you just get absolutely backhanded in the jaw. Like as a new person, as a new consumer, that probably drives away a lot more people than what you think, especially nowadays, because it's something that you and I are used to. We've been seasoned in it. We're war veterans, if you will.
Hmm.
And for them, it's just such a curveball that they kind of look at it and say, "Well, shit, I'm not going to do that ever again." And then they just dip out of the hobby, which is quite unfortunate.
I think there are layers to that, but I'm glad you brought up that particular experience because I think that turns a lot of people off if they are in this to get certain brands, right? Oh, I can't walk into the store and get a Rolex or Patek or this or that. For people who are actually enthusiastic about watches, I think that's not the end of their journey, right? And I'm
Right.
not
I wouldn't
again,
say so either.
I'm not judging people who want a Rolex and that's it, right? That's okay. There's a place for everyone in this hobby. Or I want to buy a Royal Oak and that's what I want. I won't be satisfied with anything else. Fine. Um, I really need a Patek. That's quite all right as well. I don't mean to judge that, but I think for a lot of people when they have that experience, it is a shock, like you said. Oh, you don't you don't have any watches in the cases. Oh, you have them, but they're exhibition only and that they're not for sale. You don't have any watches that you can sell me today? Or
What do you mean I'm not a VIP? I'm not good enough? My money's not good enough?
or also, sometimes people after decades or like by some word of mouth get into watches and they don't quite they can't quite wrap their minds around the fact that a lot of the luxury watches are already in five figures and more and much more. So that's a shock for a lot of people too.
Yes, that's
and
another good point right there.
and sometimes, like you said, they can be completely turned off and turned away. Sometimes those people migrate toward another brand, down market or up markets. But if they have their mind set on, oh, I want a prestige piece, I can't get it now, I don't care. You said what? It's $15,000 out of the door? Forget about it. I will just wear an Apple Watch. So there's certainly that experience. And for that, there is a cure, but I don't even know how to reach that particular segment of the population, honestly, because again, there's a lot of value. We just had Seiko, we just had Citizen, we just had Orient at that price point. Nowadays, you have two dozens of different micro brands that make watches, and pretty decent watches that would give any Seiko a run for its money under 1,500.
I think though, Lord, I think this is where you and me obviously would take very different paths. But me, I typically what I typically do is what it's often referred to as the come to Jesus moment, where you basically just be blunt with them. And well, I'll give you a good example here. I got a buddy of mine. We went to high school many years ago, obviously,
Okay.
and he's kind of in the same line of work I do, except he works with pigs. Anyways, he hit me up and said, "Hey, man," he's like, uh, I've been following your Instagram page and your Facebook page for quite some time." He said, "I really want to get a Rolex like you." So it's like, he's like, A, how do I go about it? Who do I see? Who do I talk to? And B, how much does it cost nowadays? So of course, I do the crash course of saying, well, A, I said coming up to money is technically the easy part. I said the first part's the hardest part. And I said, that you have to jump through all these hoops, you have to be well connected nowadays, so on and so forth. And then we get down to brass tacks when it comes to price. I said, so what are you exactly looking at right now? And he said, well, he's like, I want the Submariner. I said, all right, okay, technically that's easy. I
Okay.
said, if you want one today, you can go out and buy one for about, I don't know, I think nowadays, if you want to buy the 40, it's about 12 and a half and some odd change. Date, no date, doesn't matter. I said, if you want to buy one in two-tone, it's about 15 grand. And then I said, the 41s are still high right now. They're about 17 to 18 grand right now on average. And then he said, well, geez, he said, that's a lot of money. He said, what do they, and of course I was telling him these are gray market prices here. He said, what do they sell for retail? And so I told him, I said, about nine to 10,000. Well, he said, well, how long does it take to get one? I said, in your case, I don't know, probably since you would technically be a new consumer, maybe about a year, honestly, although I could probably put in a good word for you, although my name carries a little weight, but probably not enough. And this is why I said you have the come to Jesus moment when you kind of find when you kind of get the vibe like, oh well, I don't know if I really want to do this. Then you kind of say, well, here, let's walk you down a few brands here. Let's walk you down to Omega. Let's see if Omega works for you. Omega doesn't work, all right? Well, let's walk you down to Tudor. All right, Tudor doesn't work. Okay, well, let's walk you down to Longines. You kind of, I don't know. So for some people might view it as a shitty thing, but I mean, if they clearly want something that's nice and you can kind of guide them into that viewpoint, yeah, sometimes you have to say, look, this particular brand is not for you for either A, you're impatient, B, you don't have the money, or C, you probably don't even have the time. Maybe they want one for their 50th anniversary, wedding gift, or whatever. You have to do that come to Jesus moment. Or I think that's maybe not the better way to do it, but a little bit more to the point way of doing it, I guess.
And look, I mean, for those kinds of purchases, a lot of people might feel more at ease with just going and buying something new that's not necessarily a prestige brand, rather than going onto the secondary markets. They don't know what they're doing. They don't know if they can trust the seller. They don't know if the product is authentic. They don't know if it's the latest and greatest. And again, for your friend, do you think there's a difference between Submariner 40 and 41 before you show it and before he puts it on his wrist? There isn't.
Well, probably not. I know he admires my two-tone because he's seen me in the barn with it. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's like, man, he's like, I can't believe you're wearing a two-tone Rolex. He said, aren't those things supposed to be fragile? I said, well, technically yes, technically no. But for him, like from the surface level, I know he wants two-tone, but from a mechanical standpoint, no, he probably has no fucking clue.
No, I mean, between Submariner 40 and 41, between the older reference and the redesigned case, I mean, he can't tell the difference just by looking at
But to be fair, Lord, could anyone tell the difference though? I mean, the way
no,
Rolex redesigned it.
I mean, the point is precisely that the normal person who is not heavily invested in these sorts of minimal nuances, it doesn't mean anything. So how am I going to sift through all of that when I can go into Longines, into Tudor, or even, I mean, we are so used to online shopping now. Let's say, I mean, let's say it was my friend, right? Rather than, yours. In your case, I think you are much more of a stickler to certain brands, and below that, you disqualify brands altogether. I have recently recommended one of my friends here, took him out to certain boutiques, to Tudor, this and that. He has a two-tone Daytona. He doesn't want to wear it all the time. He has been waiting on a Pepsi forever. Even when he gets it, he's a physician, so he doesn't really want to wear it and flash it for in the office to
Doesn't want
his
to flex
clients,
on the
to his
dental staff
patients.
or the excuse me, patient staff.
Patient staff, nice. Patient and staff, maybe, yeah, that can be a concern. But so ultimately, I gave him all these different micro brands, right? I said, okay, here is Unimatic, here is Furlan Marri, here is Dan Henry, here is Baltic. Here are the models that you might be interested. Scour through them and get something. And finally, he got one of the Furlan Marri chronos, and especially the one with black, because it has the pulsometer. And since he's a doctor, it kind of hit the right spot for him. And this is a watch that he got basically at the $650 range. It's something that has some sort of connection to his profession. It's something that will fly absolutely under the radar. But he wouldn't have even known about the existence of this brand if he didn't have a weirdo like me as his friend. It was completely a coincidence. Otherwise, he doesn't have anything else on his radar except for Rolex, Audemars Piguet, Patek. He knows a couple of other brands by name, but he doesn't think about them, right? So again, it's like, there's an entire world out there, but who has the time? And if you don't have someone who guides you in it, whether it's someone like you who takes them around and shows them the ropes in a way, right? You do treat this as a profession, as a career. So I don't I don't feel bad about using these sorts of analogies. So you teach them the rules of the game, and either they get something for that significant day, for that particular purpose from the store, or they end up buying online like my friend did, and they want to go on with their day. They're not like us, they're not going to chase a deal forever on the secondary markets. I mean, even you have a couple of things that you're looking for on the secondary market, but you're not very patient about them. You would rather get something if one of your ADs offer you a watch that you want at retail, rather than going after something else on the secondary market. No?
It depends, but yeah, I guess in general, yeah, I'd agree with that.
I mean, again, I'm not just hypothesizing. I'm also basing what I said on your pattern of purchase, since I've gotten
No,
to know
what I mean is like, how do I say this? It's like for a discontinued piece, like the LP39, right? Obviously, you can't get that at retail. And I'm still waiting for those to hit like 5, 6. I don't think they will, but for that I can be patient on. But for like if the ED were to call me for a root beer, yeah, I'd take it. So
yeah, I mean, look, I understand that, but even the secondary market pieces that you have bought since I've gotten to know you, You got them from an AD.
Yes.
Is that
Yep.
not right
Yep.
to say?
Yeah, well, just about, just about. So the Tudors, I believe, if I remember right here, the Tudors I bought from Joma Shop actually.
Okay.
I've only bought one Tudor from a dealer actually. No, I take that back. Two Tudors from a dealer. But the rest I bought from Joma Shop. I'm trying to think of what else I bought from Joma Shop. I think I bought. Nope, nope. I think it's only been Tudors from Joma Shop.
Do you have a Tudor today in your
No,
collection?
no, 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 no. I don't know. I toy with the idea, but not right now. So I'm trying to think of all the Tudors I've had. So I've had a Tudor Black Bay 41 with the blue bezel and matte
Mhm.
black dial. That was my first one. Looked ridiculous. And then I had a Tudor Black Bay 58 in blue. Then I had a Tudor Black Bay 41 again in steel and gold, or whatever Tudor deems that material. I don't know. Rolled gold, excuse me. And then I bought then I had another. I can't remember or not if I bought another Tudor in between that. And then I bought a Tudor Black Bay 36 from a dealer, and then I bought that from a dealer, and then flipped it to another dealer for about a $50 profit.
Okay. Yes, I think we just got our lines crossed, but I'll take that as read. Um, yeah, listen, I mean, it's an interesting world. I used to envy people for coming into the world of watches at this time. I'm sure some of them feel like, they have missed the boat, or they have kind of missed the moment in the market. Everything has become so expensive. Everything has become so unobtainable. I don't think that's the case anymore. Already in the last year, a lot of things dipped, a lot of things changed. It is actually realistic now to go into the Rolex boutique. At least they have the cases full of the so-called exhibition only pieces. At least you can ask for certain kinds of pieces, even in stainless steel, which is usually the ones that are more aspirational, more desired, and harder to get. You can probably get a lot of the things in the catalog, unless it's a very new and very hot piece, in a matter of months. Anything beyond the 116500 Daytona, the Pepsi, the Batman, you can practically get in 3 to 4 months at most. Anyone says something else, they are they're in the
You're not a
pocket of
preferred
the of
client.
the of the gray market. No, or they are, they're trying to perpetuate the narrative that people, don't waste your time with authorized dealers. They play games with you. Come and buy the same watch at this inflated price, from us right away. And I was laughing my ass off with this. Roman Sharf just released like a limited edition hoodie, which, like, 100 pieces apparently, which I don't I mean, I don't
Oh
know what
well,
the logic
gee.
is, like.
Let me grab my credit card, Lord.
And it says, let me see if I can find it. It says unauthorized dealer. And I was just going to write, I know they would have blocked me anyway, so I didn't write, but I was just going to write under it. Imagine that every single watch actually comes from an authorized dealer. Like, all the watches you sell have been bought from an authorized dealer. So
Yeah.
what is this whole thing about unauthorized dealer? This is it. This is their limited edition hoodie, apparently. Let me see. Like, it's either from backdoor deals they make with European ADs, and they bring the watches here and sell them at a premium, or they basically bamboozle their own poor customers and get the watches on cheap or on trade from them, and then sell it to the next sucker at twice the price. But unauthorized dealer, and you cross the wait list. Come on.
Yeah, shit looks tacky as hell.
I mean, the whole operation is tacky, so you can't expect them to be tasteful when they are designing hoodies. But it's just overall it's in bad taste. I mean, unauthorized dealer, come on. Unauthorized dealer in the sense that you are sustaining your entire operation on barely legal practices, and certainly unethical practices, and try to also malign people who are trying to run an honest business under the name of authorized dealer. It's very low.
I'll say this, Lord. I gotta be frank and honest with you.
Please.
I do kind of slightly envy your journey, if you will, or the people who took the time to do the whole running through the gauntlet of micro brands, because I never really did, honestly. I when I think I maybe only had 4 or 5 micro brands at one point in time. And then at one point I just woke up and said enough's enough, and I'm going to begin the luxury watch. I'm going to declare war on luxury watches, basically, and begin the war path there. So I really don't have a lot of experience with micro brands, and to a degree, I feel like that's where you have the most fun, right? And I remember a guy who reached out to me one time. I used to work with him a long time ago. And for some reason, I still have him on my Snapchat. Anyways, he reached out to me. He said, "Hey," he's like, "Hey man, you're really big into watches, right?" And I said, "Yeah." He's like, "Well," he's like, "I'm just getting started here." He said, "What kind of micro brands do you recommend?" And I just blanked out, like because I legitimately did not know any micro brands. Like the only two I could really think of was Spinnaker and Out of Order. And Out of Order, it's just fucking terrible. They're fucking trash. Spinnaker's all right, but they're a little overpriced nowadays. But
Honestly,
other than that, I just couldn't.
I
I couldn't think of any.
I appreciate them. I'm just not patient enough to go through the entire gauntlet like you implied. I have to say, I have sampled certain ones. I have experienced a lot more through friends, through fellow collectors. But honestly, that adds up, and we all work with limited budgets, no matter how rich you are and how rich you might pretend to be. Ultimately, we all work with limited budgets. So if I spend, build $15,000 on 15 different micro brands, that robs me of one luxury watch, or maybe 2 luxury watches, because as you know, I like vintage shitters on cheap and nasty leather straps, as you identify them. So that robs my budget, right, from that opportunity. So I never had that approach. Maybe I should have. But what I do instead is I really scour and learn everything I can about a lot of these brands, about what kinds of movements they use, what production techniques they have, what ultimately what kind of value they propose, so I can relay it to my viewers. And sometimes with certain models, I do feel the lack of a hands-on perspective, but I don't want to invest so much money on independence just for the sake of it.
Right, and I totally understand your point here. I do. So I'm obviously not a motor head, if you will. Um, but I do like to slum it in the wastelands of other Facebook Marketplace watch groups, and Yeah, no, you definitely said it right, where it's a balance of things, because I look at some of these collections and they're complete fucking dog shit. And I'm not even saying like they're Seikos or Citizens or Hamiltons. I'm talking about like these are dog shit brands that you've never even heard of. Like I don't even think they exist, to be honest with you. I think somebody just slapped the name on the dial and then called it good. And they've got boxes full of them, and they do basically what they do is these giant clearance sales, and you got maybe about, I don't know, 50, 70 watches sitting in a shoebox, and they'll sell them for $100. And even then that might be paying a bit too much for them. But I do sometimes like the idea of potentially tinkering around with I don't know, like a Citizens again, a Seiko, a Hamilton. But now it's just I can't bring myself to do it, because I look at, like I mentioned last night, I look at a $950 Hamilton. I mean, yeah, sure, I'm sure you can get it discounted steeply, but even then, I look at a Hamilton that's $500 and I think, damn, that's that's like a down payment on a Tudor right there. So so it's hard for me to kind of bite down on anything micro brand or anything around that price range.
For me, the justification for a lot of micro brands, which I think eventually I will just get more of them. I have my eyes set on a few pieces like that, actually, that I will be bringing in very soon. The justification is precisely this. I think the 3500 and under market is completely devastated. I think it's done. Most of it has been cannibalized by the smartwatch, and specifically the Apple Watch. And brands like Tag Heuer, brands like even Longines to a certain extent, certainly Omega, have left that segment desperately just by increasing their prices, right? So Oris is another great example. Um, Listen, I do respect the fact that they have these extended warranties, and that is added value. I'm not going to deny that to them. But for me, the way they have increased their prices in the last 5 years is unfathomable. Same thing with Omega. I love a lot in the entire range. It's not just about the Moonwatch. I appreciate the whole heritage of the Seamaster in the 60s as a military issued watch, in the 90s onwards as the Bond watch. I like even the Aquaterras on rubber bands. I like a lot of stuff from Omega, actually, but I think
Right.
it's really unconscionable the kind of money they started asking for some of these watches. Um, Even Seiko is guilty of this nowadays. Like, anything and everything that is limited edition is now at least 2000, 2500, and sometimes 3000 and more.
Yeah, but I don't really, like I said, I mean, you already know my theory when it comes to Seiko. I think it's all part of the plan there of their reorganizing and rebranding. I
Yeah, so what
I
I was going to
genuinely
say
do.
is, since all of these brands started leaving that realm, for me, basically the spots have migrated to two different ends. Either lasting value in the vintage markets, and for that, I have as much patience. And for the watch I want, I'm happy to pay whatever the market value is, as long as it coincides with my appreciation of that watch. And to this part of the market that is mostly filled by micro brands now, by value micro brands now, under $1,500. I think there's a lot there now with Unimatic, with Baltic, with Merci, with Furlan Mari, with even Nevada Gransion that we were just looking at. There's a lot of value there. There's a lot of watches that are infused with vintage aesthetics that I really like. but are produced in ways that make them much less delicate and much more ready for daily wear. I like that segment for that reason. Part of it is self-serving. I want to be able to talk about these watches. I want to be able to uh, increase and expand my audience on YouTube based on that. But part of it is also because I think that's where the value lies today in the market. It's not, certainly it's not in Tag Heuer, it's not in Omega at retail, it's not even increasingly Longines at retail. Everything has become 3,000 and up. What's going on?
Well, I think it's just brands who think they're entitled to move up the ranks when they're clearly not. And this is where I've said before, in the past, I hope these brands get hurt. I mean, yeah, it sucks for the employees, I guess, but I hope these brands just get absolutely obliterated and humbled, because suddenly you got, like you said, those particular three brands in general think they're too good for their own market, and they think they can sit at the table of Rolex, Omega, and Zenith when they clearly don't belong. Get back to the fucking kids table, my guy. Um, and we'll see what happens towards the end of the year here. Because I remember when the PPEs were being issued, and then obviously the government relief funds were being issued. Everybody was buying Tag Heuers because they thought they were luxury. And then as soon as the money dried up, everyone was shelling out their Tag Heuers, and nobody was buying them. And same thing with their Oris and the Longines. They're
To be
not.
fair, their marketing was kind of fire in the 90s and early 2000s. So I can imagine that a lot of people had the residual kind of marketing messages about Tag Heuer when they got a little bit of money. So I do understand. I don't want to hold it against people. Although I have to
No, I
say,
wouldn't either.
do you remember those stupid ads with Leonardo DiCaprio where he wasn't even wearing the watch and just holding it in his hand like this in the ad?
So yeah, I remember seeing that, and I think there was one where like it was like a terrible Photoshop. It looked like it was hovering above his wrist. um,
It was weird. That
but
was
I get
really
it.
weird.
It's like I've owned like two Tag Heuers already, and I get it. It's like at the time, yeah, I thought it was top fucking shit. But eventually, you kind of come to terms and realize, man, this thing's a pile of shit. And I think a lot of people fucking realized that when they bought them, and that's like half the reason why a lot of people started to dump them too. But we'll see what happens at the end of the year. Like I said, it's unfortunate that some employees might get hurt with the reorganizing, but I think those brands need to get humbled, and they need to get humbled quickly.
Listen, I mean, again, no one on an individual level, no one would wish hurt, even temporary hurt, much less financial ruin on anyone, obviously. So I know you don't mean it in that way, but I also think that the bigger brands have such a desperate need for qualified watchmakers with the way they are trying to take it up to the next level, either in terms of quality or more often quantity. I don't think a qualified watchmaker in Switzerland risks unemployment for a very long time. The problem is more so whether there is a ladder of promotion, of self-improvement, um, of just upward mobility for these watchmakers within the established companies. Obviously, it's a good thing that we have so many independent, so many talented and young watchmakers breaking rank and establishing their own uh, brands and their own manufacturers. Sometimes that's valuable, but on the other hand, that's also the symptom of a very severe problem. These people are not paid well. They're so talented, they have so much to offer, but they are not paid well, and they might end up doing what they consider to be kind of a rote habitual work that doesn't offer much advancement, no adventure, no innovation, and they want to break. But then again, they are depending on the same ecosystem, right? Independent brands don't suddenly give birth to their own dial maker, their own case maker. Pardon me. They don't suddenly start making their in-house movements. They have to patch things together, and that takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of time to establish a network of those suppliers that will result in a watch that will be worthy of your name if you consider yourself to be a brand. Um, so there are going to be a lot of birth pangs in the process now that growth spurt has slowed down a little bit.
Right. Well, Lord, I got to get back to work here. I might jump back on later. Um, yeah, it looks like I'm going to be up till 4. So maybe
Okay.
later.
All right. Take care, my man. All right. Right before my friend Meech has jumped on, I was actually bringing up this integrated bracelet stainless steel watch that Nevada Grenchen is introducing. And I'm kind of of two minds about this release. On the one hand, uh, it's exciting, it's a very promising price point. They are going to offer for a 77-hour window these two watches that to a certain extent look like a mishmash of a bunch of different integrated bracelet designs. And I'm going to show you some of them, where the clues come from, where the design cues arrive from. Obviously, the Royal Oak is all over the place, but it's not even only that. Um, on the other hand, they seem very wearable at 37 millimeters of a case diameter, which should wear really nicely on the integrated bracelet construction. It's less than 13 millimeters thick, I think more like 12 and a half. All right, 12.65 in thickness, so should sit very nicely. And it has, it has a very simple Soprod caliber with about 40 hours of power reserve. That has a full rotor. It's a self-winding caliber, and it's behind the solid case back, so it doesn't hurt or offend anyone. And they offer the option of getting it either with a black dial or a blue dial. With both, you have the option of choosing it either with date or with no date. And there is the promise of a tropical brown dial to come later in the year, if I'm understanding it right. And the most important thing about it, of course, is the price point, if you ask me. Again, we were talking about that particular segment under 1500. This is 1150 in US dollars, 1078 in Swiss francs, and 1089 in euro. And again, this is the model F77 that will be offered for a 77-hour window on April 7. Ostensibly, it's a revival of something from their 70s catalog that still doesn't that still doesn't excuse the fact that it's a very unimaginative design, that it's pretty much an iteration of the original Janta design. But I'm kind of two minds, so I'm gonna make a little poll. I think again it offers great value, right around $1,000. It could be a fun watch for many, but it looks pretty much like a Royal Oak with a less fancy bracelet and an integration that looks very clunky. For the life of me, I couldn't really make sense of this particular end link. The dial design looks like a mix of a bunch of things. First of all, in its early 2000s, Ingenieurs, IWC had this carbon fiber effect dial, which is kind of a basket weave pattern executed in black, usually black, and it kind of course, gives a certain dimensionality and different shades of dark gray and silvery gray onto the dial. And more recently, and I think this deserves a mention as well, because that was another important entry into this category, and much before, long before Nevada Grandson, to be honest, is the Chapek Antarctique, of course, which has a similar design on the dial that they call Stairway to Eternity, but is pretty much that sort of basket weave, kind of a cable knit sweater kind of look to it. And for that reason, I don't know, I found it a little bit too much, honestly, in terms of how unoriginal it looks, with the octagonal bezel, with, again, octagonal bezel, hexagonal screws on it exposed, the case shape, the way that the dial design really takes after a very commonplace pattern that has been used historically in the past by IWC, more recently by Chapek in the same category. Overall, I don't know what to think of it, except it's an affordable watch. It's at a more or less accessible price point at around $1,000, but it doesn't bring anything original to the table. And on that same point, it also doesn't really bring much to the table to begin with. I mean, it's one of the most run-of-the-mill self-winding calibers ever, the Soprod P024, with a 38-hour power reserve. And ultimately, I don't know what to think of it. Speedy Hernandez says all of these integrated bracelet Royal Oak wannabes are snooze. The Royal Oak itself is snooze. I absolutely agree with the first part of that statement. The second part, I couldn't disagree more. Yeah, for me, this is going to be a pass. I think I don't know. I guess later in the year we will see the tropical brown dial, and if that adds a different kind of intrigue to the watch, I don't know. How much can it change though? It's still it it's going to be the same watch, same iterative case shape. Um, the case itself looks kind of like the Zenith Defy Revival. The octagonal bezel looks like the Royal Oak. The dial looks um, like the IWC Ingenieurs early 2000s carbon fiber design. Um, the bracelet integration looks very unseemly. At the end of the day, the only thing that remains interesting about the offering is the price point and the case size at 37 millimeters, which can actually appeal to a wider group of people than the average integrated bracelet piece. I mean, I'm kind of guessing this is probably more universally wearable than the Tissot PRX. Feel free to vote in the poll, and we'll look forward to when they're released and see if they actually sell, if they actually create a buzz when they're actually released in about a month on April 7th. And I also want to see the smoked brown tobacco dial at some point when it comes out. Probably it won't offer much of anything new, but the price point is still appealing. As Full On John confirms, it just fails to spark something unique and exciting in me because the design itself is so unoriginal. It's so iterative, it's so regurgitative that it's hard to get too excited about it. Okay, so now I'm gonna actually go back to the Christie's Watches Online auction, which now has started. It's about to close in 10 days. I'm going to send the link to the chat, so if you want to direct my attention to any of the lots that I skipped, any of the lots that I should go back to, um, I should discuss in more detail, feel free to send me with a super chat and I will be more than happy to return. I have actually, in a previous live stream, gone through almost half of this selection. There were some interesting Daytonas to start, especially from the 6-digit era, so to speak. The older generations of the precious metal Daytona, the 5-digit in the two-tone and 18 karat yellow gold execution with diamond set factory dials, and even a recent black on black with the ceramic bezel. There were a few interesting pieces like that. There were more or less contemporary pieces from Rolex as well. A number of different 5-digit Submariners. A later example of a 4-digit Submariner, 5513, served up on a NATO strap. A lot of interesting double quick set day dates in white golds and yellow golds, and in dials that are silver, quote unquote porcelain, black lacquer, with and without diamonds again. One with a nice tapestry dial and a bark finish on the bezel and the center links. An early example of the Langematic with the 3/4 micro rotor, like a 3/4 micro rotor movement, which I think really takes some of the best aspects of a hand wound Lange caliber, Lange watch movement, and combines it with this elegant mechanism for a kind of oversized micro rotor, which is an aesthetic that I really appreciate. And the finishing, I don't need to talk about it in any exaggerated or extended manner. You guys already know how much I appreciate the kind of hand finishing that goes into the Lange movements, and the kind of care they take in assembling their watches, regulating them and finishing them. So this should be an interesting piece to watch as well at lot 26. The Alan Gonzone Langematic, reference 308027. It's already being bid at 100,000 Hong Kong dollars, which amounts to 12,750, roughly speaking. So this piece in white gold and 37 millimeter diameter is already coming along quite nicely for Christie's and for the consigner. There were these two interesting millinery pieces, both the perpetual calendar, which is 25777 BC in white gold, taking that oval shape and creating a very balanced 4-sub-dial perpetual calendar look out of it, with the additional perk of having a weekly calendar on the periphery of the dial. An acquired taste, to be sure. The millinery case always was. A solid case back as well, if you're into the kind of precise and aesthetically pleasing finishing for these kinds of watches, for these kinds of complications. Unfortunately, this is not the watch, but it can be an interesting value proposition. This is lot 28, and it's already being bid at 55,000 in Hong Kong dollars, which is roughly 7,000 in US dollars. At lot 29, we have the chronograph, which is built on the Piguet caliber 1185, which is AP caliber 2385. That is an Ebosch. That's a base caliber that has been used quite widely in prestige chronographs before 2017. I think AP dropped it in 2017. They stopped using it in the Royal Oak chronographs as well, and offshore chronographs too. Vacheron Constantin used to have the Frédéric Piguet 1185 85 in the previous generation of the overseas chronograph, as well as the Royal Eagle chronograph. This millenary chronograph is based on the same. In this case, it's stainless steel with that double AP initial folded clasp in matching stainless steel. The bid is already at $40,000, which is basically the lower end of the estimates at lot 29, and that's right now almost 5,100. At lot 32, we have a Breguet Classique. This is a day date with a moon phase. The off-center dial is kind of shifted towards the lower end. We have a hobnail decoration at the center of that primary dial, a wave-like decoration for the clouds, for the moon phase, which is placed at the focal point of the dial, where you would have 12 o'clock otherwise. And you have these two mustache looking openings for the day of the week and the date. Of course, Breguet frosting for the hour tracks, and the blued hands against the silver dial, as always, look exquisite. Shades of blue resonate through the watch on the background of the moon phase, as well as the sapphire cabochon that sits on the crown. This is a yellow gold piece with a matching pin buckle. And at 35 millimeters with those extended drooping lugs, I think it would have still a significant wrist presence for a dress watch. And it has all the visual markings of a modern Breguet wristwatch: the fluted case band, the teardrop lugs, the round case with the domed bezel, the three different variations on the hand guilloche pattern on the dial, and the heat blued palm or apple shaped hands that we today simply call Breguet hands. This is one of the most appealing iterations of a moon phase watch by Breguet, and currently it is being bid at $55,000, and that for lot 32 is at $7,000. The Breguet Classique reference 3330 with 10 days to go is being bid at $7,000. Lot 33 offers a variation on the theme. This is, again, yellow gold piece, similar to the last one, has a beautifully engraved movement, automatic movement at that, a self-winding movement that is exhibited through a sapphire caseback, and I think it's a joy to look at. A sapphire cabochon again, the heat blued hands, the variations of the guilloche decoration on the dial that is a visual delight. You have a power reserve at 10 and a half, 50 hours at full charge. You have the moon phase expressed as an outward facing crescent between 1 and 2 o'clock. And you have a pointer date at 6 o'clock. For those of you who like asymmetric dial layouts, this can be a very lovely wristwatch. It offers a great value, honestly, at this price point, and with a moon phase. You have many versions of this Breguet Classique that are actually not so ornate in terms of the movement decoration, even though it's still pretty respectable. Even in this case, right now this piece is being bid at 42,000 Hong Kong dollars, and that is 5,350 for lot 33, with 10 days to go in this Hong Kong-based online-only auction by Christie's. At lot 33, this is actually a series of watches that I just shared with my supporters on Patreon, the Breguet Tradition. This is a model line that Swatch Group revived, or created rather, in 2005. And the architecture of the movement harkens back to the Souscretion watches that Abraham Louis Breguet built in his Swiss exile in early 19th century. The pocket watches that Louis Breguet built at that time. And it has this retrofuturistic vibe with the off-center dial that is shifted to 12 o'clock in a miniaturized form. And it's still given the focal point in the watch. But what really steals the show is, of course, the movement that is laid out on the base plate for you to see, with the heat-blued screws, as well as the rubies and the relatively minimalistic but still quite elegant finishing. The blued hands, of course, for both the hour and minute dial as well as the power reserve indicator, adds a very nice touch to the larger design. Watching the escapement and the balance wheel is a joy in and of itself. At 37 millimeters, again, you have a watch that's at once universally wearable, and that gives you enough visual space on the dial where, one, you can tell the time from that off-center dial, which is basically a miniature, and you can still enjoy everything else that is going on the gear train, on the escapement, on the balance wheel, and everything else. It's a lovely piece. I think a great way of combining what Breguet has to offer in terms of contemporary dress watches with all the best aspects of its heritage that could be visually displayed right in your face. 7027 is one of the best dials today on the secondary market. I would highly advise that you go and chase after one of the examples on the secondary market, of which there are many. Lot 34 with 10 days to go is right now being bid at 8,200, $8,200, $8,300 roughly. And it's certainly this model line at large, and specifically this entry level 7027, which was introduced in 2005, certainly deserves a look. And you can see there's a power reserve basically on the back as well, on the case back too. At lot 35, you have one of my favorites, of course, the Breguet Type 20 Aeronaval, which is the no-date version. 3-register chronograph with the big eye at 3 o'clock for the minute counter. Here, the minute counter preserves the aesthetics of the classic 15-minute totalizer, which was the time needed to prepare an aircraft for launch at the time. These pieces were specified and ordered under the Type 20 regulations. It now represents a 30-minute totalizer, and it sweeps rather than ticks minute by minute. This is an earlier piece and probably a pre-swatch piece too, from what you can tell on the dial and even on the bezel, with the way that the triangle has taken on this eggshell patina, and even kind of like a pumpkin-like aesthetics on the dial. You can tell this is tritium that has expired, so pre-2000. And the piece, as I mentioned, comes on a leather strap with the matching Breguet clasp. It's very cool, actually. I like it both ways. Mine came on the bracelet, and I had to acquire both leather straps and the original Breguet clasp as well. But in either case, I think it's a very cool look. I do prefer to wear it on the leather strap, but it's certainly worth the money. Again, on the secondary market, they're dime a dozen. With patience and with enough effort, you can find it for anywhere between $4,000 to $5,000. You can find it right at $5,000 any day of the week. So if you like this piece, the right dial, the right deal is just around the corner. But this particular example of reference 3800 ST, the Type 20 Aeronaval by Breguet, which is the modern revival for sale to civilians with an automatic movement, at lot 35 has a bid that is right above $3,000 with more than 10 days to go. Nick Butter, thank you. You jumped ahead to lot 79. Nice looking Omega Speedmaster with the Panda dial. I would be more than happy to. Thank you so much for your contribution, Nick Butter. There we go. This is a two-tone Omega Speedmaster, so to speak. In this case, of course, we are really only talking about the bezel, but the dial itself has a champagne or gilt-like accent too. This is I'm surprised that they don't provide a lot of information on this one. Let me see. I think I know this watch, but I don't want to run with it too quickly. Because I thought a lot of this stuff was also the pushers also were bold, I thought, but I might be mistaken. Let me see. I'm gonna find this model. Hmm. Can't really immediately locate it in terms of the reference number. I think I found it. Yeah, there we go. I mean, it's not in great condition, right? This is this is it. This is model from the 80s, a two-tone, which really means you have a champagne dial and a gold bezel, and that's about it. And there are versions of it that actually have a two-tone bracelet with gold center links like this, which I believe are gold plated. But this is the model that is displayed there, which is DD145022. It's it's an 80s model, early to mid 80s. Of course, the one they have is pretty much in stellar condition. Of course, it's not on a bracelet, it's just on a leather strap and not even presented with a matching buckle of any kind. It's not even an Omega buckle, but cool strap still. So far, the piece has failed to attract any bids. Um, but the starting bid is actually right around $5,000. 40,000 Hong Kong dollars is like 5,000. You basically end up dividing it by 8. And considering how they sell around 8, 9, 10,000 on the secondary markets, this can still end up being a relatively nice grab for someone if it's not, if it doesn't go to an unreasonable level, if it doesn't somehow jump up to a strange price point in some sort of bidding war. I found a little more information about it. Nick Butter, apparently this was produced only in 1983 for the German and Italian markets. So basically some sort of 25th anniversary, I guess you can say, for the Moonwatch. And you can also say it is, what is it? Maybe, sorry, like a 50th anniversary for the moon landing, and maybe a 25th roughly for the Speedmaster period. Um, and apparently it had, as I expected, a folded 14 karat two-tone bracelet on it, the 1171 that I just showed. But that the example on auction doesn't actually have. But it's in incredible condition in terms of the case. The bezel looks crisp. The dial looks nicely patinated, but not in any way abused or tarnished, or on the other end of the spectrum, restored. It looks great actually for a two-tone Speedmaster, which was pretty rare in the 80s. So again, this is lot 79 that Nick Butter was nice enough to highlight for us. A two-tone Speedmaster Professional from the early 80s. So far, it failed to attract bids, but the starting bid stands at 40,000 Hong Kong dollars, which is basically 5,000 in US. Once again, I'm going to drop the link in the chat. So if you want to direct my attention to any of the lots and want me to do further research on it, want me to talk a little more about it with what I already know, feel free to highlight it. I'm going to go back to the usual sequence. But again, I skip ahead sometimes. Let me know if I missed something that you wanted to look at with a super chat, and I would be more than happy to run it back and come up with a more detailed description of that lot for you. We have a CPCP Tank Avis at lot 39. As you guys know, the Collection Privée Cartier Paris series from those late 90s and early 2000s has become increasingly popular in the recent years. From 1998 to 2008, Cartier Paris was heavily involved and invested in merging some of their archival, classical, and iconic designs with interesting horological developments, inventions, and approaches. That's roughly speaking what CPCP was about. This is one of those iterations of the tank that they produced then, and sometimes these sorts of models pardon me, still come out in what they call the private collection now, simply collection privée, not CPCP. But this is a great looking watch, a reference 2484E, uh, belonging to 2004 in 18 karat yellow gold, silver dial with the rosette pattern for the guilloche decoration, those elongated Roman numerals for the hours, the secret Cartier signature at 7, the watchmakers for at 4 o'clock, and of course for the minutes you have the railroad track placed in the form of a rectangle at the center of the dial, and you have that contoured version of the tank with a bezel that looks like it's bolted on with those exposed screws. Of course, you have a real sapphire cabochon on that screw head like, on that bolt looking crown, which echoes with the heat blued shade of those sword hands. Lot 39, which is a Cartier Tank V from the CPCP era, from 2004 specifically, reference 2484. It is currently being bid at 55,000 Hong Kong dollars, which is roughly speaking 7,000 US dollars. Lot 40 is a platinum Cartier Paris watch. It's a tonneau-shaped piece, very elongated, very contoured, very stylized, but also beautifully elegant. I think platinum Cartier watches at this point are their own segment. The Paris signature on the dial that is guilloche decorated with a rosette pattern. That doesn't hurt either. The sapphire cabochon is a very nice and elegant detail, which of course plays well with the heat blued hands against the silvered dial. And you have the Cartier déployant clasp that's almost immediately recognizable as well. Perhaps the tank buckle itself is even more recognizable. This piece so far failed to attract a bid, but at lot 40, the starting bid is 95,000 Hong Kong dollars, which is a little above 12,000. At lot 41, we have another Cartier. This is the Panthère. You might think of it as like a feminine version of the Santos. You wouldn't be entirely wrong. It has a matching bracelet in 18 karat yellow gold, which is very much stylized. And this is a piece that runs on a quartz caliber. So far, it failed to attract any bids, but the starting bid for Lot 41 is $6,400. At lot 44, we have the Santos 100. This was the jumbo version, in a way, of the Santos that was released with an automatic caliber on the centenary of the Santos, reference 2878. Stainless steel watch with this double fold déployant clasp that interpolates the bezel of the watch that's bolted down, which looks like a riveted plate on a plane from early 20th century. Of course, the Santos probably looks much sportier than a lot of the Cartier designs with which it is pronounced in the same breath. In a way, it looks even more dynamic than Gérard Janta's iteration of the Cartier Pasha as well. I have a soft spot for the Santos 100. I like its blocky, hefty, thicker design, although the current version on its bracelets that has more of an integrated look for it, and on top of that, an easily interchangeable system attached to it as well. That's an interesting proposition for sure. It's something that we can talk about on another day, unless you have very specific pressing questions. But this piece for the Cartier Santos 100, reference 2878 at lot 44, has not attracted a bid yet, but the starting bid, which possibly coincides to the reserve, is 1,500 Hong Kong dollars, sorry, 15,000 Hong Kong dollars, and that's right under 2,000 in US dollars. We have a very interesting platinum perpetual calendar by Gérard Janta in this octagonal design. It is also a chiming watch, so beautiful. I think we'll be able to listen. The skeletonized, the open worked dial also provides a glimpse into the movements. Let's check it out. Very nice. Wow. So platinum on platinum, platinum case, platinum bracelet. The lapis lazuli background for the moon phase at 12 o'clock. A very nice layout for the entire, um, of course, subdials. It's very balanced. I'm not a big fan of open work dials usually. This is not necessarily an exception, but considering that this is both a perpetual calendar and the chiming watch, there is some visual interest in having elements of the caliber exposed on the side of the dial. But ultimately, I think it is the design that strikes me. It's um, Gerard Janta's obsession with fixation with and really commitment to the octagon as an element of design. The movement is also nicely uh, decorated slash engraved on the back as well, in addition to the rotor, which has character. I don't want to, since I can't read the character, I'm not going to embarrass myself to even guess what it is and what language it is from. But this Jarajanta Platinum Perpetual Calendar Minute Repeater on a matching platinum bracelet is currently being bid at 160,000 Hong Kong dollars. That's a little more than 20,000 in US dollars. There's still more than 10 days to go. It is certainly an interesting proposition and probably the sleeper watch in this particular offering. This is the online only auction conducted by Christie's out of Hong Kong. Nice to see you guys, and Nick, thank you for your kind contribution. It really does matter. I don't like interrupting the stream and begging for contributions, but honestly, I'm doing a lot of work for 4 hours at a time. I think I deserve some sort of recognition, and you are one of those people who do it day in, day out. Tavan is actually one of those manufacturers that have a pretty storied name. If you know, it's that kind of manufacturer. For example, the first batch of Reversos, when they were delivered in 1931, actually had within them calibers that were made by Tavan. In this case, what you have at hand is a 3-register chronograph with a multimeter scale, tachometer on the periphery of the dial, telemeter inside it in a concentric circle, a 30-minute totalizer at 3 o'clock, and finally a 12-hour counter at 6 o'clock. Of course, you have the continuous running seconds at 9 o'clock as well. And I think you have a great panoply of color on what is otherwise a very nicely and evenly patinated off-white dial. Of course, the blued hands are always a beautiful touch for a chronograph, especially when it matches with the color of one of the primary scales, one of the meters, in this case, the tachometer. It's a very, very nice watch. I think I'm not gonna, I don't want to really jump the gun on this, but judging by the time period, um, by the styling of the case with these nicely and sharply angular lugs, I'm guessing this is a case made by Spielmann, which is a great case maker. Made a lot of chronograph cases for Universal in its time. I wouldn't be surprised this case is constructed by Spielmann as well. And this is a chronograph produced by Tavan to be retailed by Hermes. It is a stainless steel piece in 38, which 38 millimeters for that time period is actually quite sizable. You could call this a jumbo, and at 60,000 Hong Kong dollars, it has so far failed to attract any bids, but that starting bid seems to be right around $7,600 for lot 61. Hallo, Herr Frech. Thank you, Tommy. And thank you, Nick Butter. Lot 62 is oh, I don't know what happened there. It is a limited edition Carrera of 500 pieces made for fragment design. The Carrera is, as you know, celebrating its 60th anniversary this year. It's a contemporary of the Daytona. In a way, it's just as iconic. In a way, it is just as well liked by its enthusiasts. And on the vintage market, you might say certain versions of it, except for the Panda dials, are still undervalued. This is, of course, a reissue, but a pretty interesting one. I think the dial looks very lively for something that is simply black. But Carrera, I think, really is the kind of chronograph that is such a classic, that is so well designed and in such simplistic manner that it looks good on a black dial version, on a silver dial version, on the Panda, on the reverse Panda. I think it's great. Here you have the black dial, but that tension ring, which also serves as the fifth of a second indicator on the Rejo as well, just provides enough contrast, enough of a visual detail. The H02 is actually a great caliber, if you ask me. It's a nice self-winding movement for our time, and you get a decent view of what is under the hood through a sapphire case back here. And this is a piece from around 2018, 39 millimeter of a case size. You're given a stainless steel Tag Heuer buckle. I think you get the entire package, basically, including the black and gray NATO strap. I'm almost sure that they can't really ship this Bund strap out of the country, but it's a nice mode of presentation, and it can certainly inspire something in you as well. With more than 10 days to go, this Heuer fragment design Carrera limited edition of 500 pieces is currently being bid at $28,000 Hong Kong dollars, which is almost 3,600 in US dollars. And of course, again, you get basically with these reissues, except for minor visual details, you get the aesthetics of the classic Carrera. You get an enlarged case, 39 rather than the traditional 36, which may be preferable to many, especially from what people expect of a sports watch these days. That might be better. For me, Carrera is very much a double duty kind of watch. It's a very classy piece. Usually, it's a very dressy piece. That's why I like the vintage pieces. I would love to own a clean example with a silver dial myself one day, hopefully not too far away into the future, like a 2447T would be great for me. Or maybe even, I don't know, even the 2447S. Any of those would be great. But for anything, it's the reshoes too. I love it. JB, thank you so much. 99.99. That's so kind of you. Thank you. Tommy says, I remember our conversations about John Lobb, and that showed me you are well-rounded and not just watches. I try my best. Thank you for recognizing it, Tommy. JB says, Carrera smokes the Big Eye design. Man, we are going to come to blows one day over this, JB. JB doesn't like when the Big Eye minute totalizer at 3 o'clock eats off the Arabic numerals on some of the mid-century Pilot's Chrono designs. Look, man, I mean, I have mad respect for the Carrera. So if you are saying that it's a better design than Type 20, I will say by all means. I prefer the Type 20 and the Big Eye and variations of that theme. Anything from the Breitling Avi and Copilot to the Breguet Type 20 to even something more contemporary, but certainly shot through with vintage inspiration like the Longines Avigation Big Eye. I prefer that aesthetic, but that doesn't mean I don't know how to appreciate that Carrera, like the Lot 62 right here. And it is right now being bid at, again, 28,000 Hong Kong dollars. That's almost 3,600 in US dollars for that Hoya fragment design reissue Carrera with the black dial. Right next to it, there's a vintage Altavia with the GMT function. Altavia is actually a portmanteau word of automotive and aviation. So in a way, it speaks to both aspects of the heritage of a Hoya chronograph, and the Altavia came out, of course, before, I think, a year or two before the Carrera. And the GMT function, I think, was introduced on its fifth year, more or less, like in 1967, if I'm not mistaken. This is a reference 741602 with bicolor rotational bezel for the 24-hour indicator. You have, of course, beautiful handset with red accents that I think completely make the watch. Of course, it doesn't hurt that those red accents are matched in the 30-minute counter, as well as, of course, in the PM. I'm sorry, in the AM portion, in the day portion of the bezel, of the 24-hour bezel as well. You have a cushion case, which, along with the well-patinated bezel, might make the watch seem a little dated, but this is, I think, a beautiful vintage chronograph. The date counter at 6 might be divisive. If you love it, you love it. If you don't, it's hard to convince you otherwise. I think this was a piece that started without reserve, so it's going to be interesting to follow. This is lot 63, Hoya Altavia GMT 741,603, currently being bid at 11,000 Hong Kong dollars, which amounts to 1,400. But there are more than 10 days to go, so who knows where we will end up with this particular piece. But it is certainly one to keep an eye out. It is a lovely vintage piece by Hoya. At lot 68, we have a pocket watch from Glashütte. This is a classic work of Saxonian watchmaking. An open face. Pocket watch. Lange Uhr, as it says right here, of course. This is a piece that is actually made in two-tone, stainless steel and pink gold. A silver dial with large Arabic numerals and heat blued hands for this two-hander with small seconds dial at 6 o'clock. The current bid is at a meager 1,700 Hong Kong dollars, which is a little more than 200, but more than 10 days to go for lot 68. At lot 72, we have one of the limited edition pieces from the extended 60th anniversary celebrations of the Reverso. This was the so-called Big Six. You had the 60e in 1991. You had this tourbillon in 1993. You had the retrograde chronograph. You had the perpetual calendar. You had why am I blanking out? You had the minute repeater, of course. And finally, you also had in, I want to see. Okay, so in 1991, you had the 60th. 1993, you had the tourbillon. 1994, you had the répétition minute. That's the minute repeater, and the retrograde chronograph in 1996. You had the géographique in 1998, and then you had the perpetual calendar in 2000. With géographique is, of course, the dual time watch with a day and night indicator and small seconds. This is the piece from 1993, which is the first tourbillon in that rectangular case of the reversal. You have an exhibited movement on the back with the tourbillon that is set right there at the lower third of the rectangle. And what I really love about reverso tourbillons, beyond the fact that they appear on the flip side, is the fact that they sit on these gadroons that are contoured around them, as if to underline them, as if to emphasize the fact that that is the centerpiece of the watch. That is, so to speak, the regulating center, the brain of the watch. The movement is very nicely decorated and is itself rendered in pink gold, which is a nice detail for these anniversary pieces. And you would be no wiser about what goes on the business side of this pink gold reversal on the dial side, because beyond the JL logo at 12 o'clock and the exquisite guilloche decorations at the center of the dial and also at the center of the small seconds, you only have that plaque which says tourbillon on the actual dial. You have no other sign of what is going on there. Yes, the 60th anniversary of the reversal was in 1991, Nick Butter. So the 60th specifically came out in 1991. They released 6 models over that decade, culminating with the perpetual calendar in 2000. The tourbillon was the second of that series, came out in 1993. It is currently being bid at 180,000 Hong Kong dollars. And that, my friends, is almost $23,000 for lot 72, which is a limited edition pink gold reverso tourbillon that was made in 1993. It seems to be in great condition. and it comes seemingly with its presentation box. Of course, it is numbered on the back of the case as well. I think Lot 73 is another 60th anniversary piece. Yes, this is actually Lot 73 is exactly the model they call the 60e, which is literally the 60th. This was the piece that signaled the revival of the Reverso, the revival of Jaeger-LeCoultre as a high horological brand in its own right. And it started the era of complications for the Reverso, where the rectangular case would be used as a canvas for JLC to flex its horological muscles. And the great thing about these models is every time an innovation was displayed on an anniversary model, it trickled down pretty quickly down to the stainless steel models as well, and to more affordable pieces. This is again the proper 60th anniversary model. It is one of 500 pieces in the tradition of these anniversary pieces. It's made in pink gold, with the movement actually matching the material of the case. This was also the beginning of the Grand Taille case, which announces again the modern period for the Reverso as a design, 42 by 26 millimeters. You see how crisp everything is, how all the hallmarks are intact. Of course, for the 18-karat gold, we have the head of Helvetia as one of the hallmarks there, in addition to, of course, 18-karat and 750. And the lovely movement there with blued screws and the rubies that are set into the bridges with these mirror polished countersinks. Quite a lovely decoration, to be honest. Nothing too extravagant, but also quite distinct and elegant, both in its anglage and in its colorful details. And coming to the dial, of course, you have the two kinds of guilloche decoration. One for the center of the dial and one for the power reserve indicator that emanates from 11 o'clock. And in addition to the small seconds at 6, you also have a diminutive hand that is under hours and minutes, and that serves as a pointer for the date that is laid out within that rectangle that is interrupted by the power reserve at the center of the dial. Not an extremely complicated piece, but it did announce the age of complications for the Reverso at large, starting from 1991. And that had a good run until 2011. And it still continues in a way, but the slant, the trend has certainly shifted towards heritage since 2011. Yeah, I love how pink gold ages in oxidization, JB. Honestly, it's one of my favorite things to see. Um, but this 60th year anniversary models, they're all grails to me, really, in a way. I know that word is easily thrown around, but if I could be at the right place at the right time for the retrograde chronograph from this series, I would certainly like to buy one. Sending the link once again to the chat if you want me to focus on um, any of the lots in particular. Feel free to send it in. This is an interesting brand, so to speak, Maître du Temps. Maître du Temps was a collaboration in early 2000s by between, I should say, three watchmakers, Christophe Claret, Roger Dubuis, and Peter Speak-Marin. If I'm not mistaken, this is the chapter 2, the titanium triple calendar. An interesting piece of design, a very sporty looking watch. I can certainly see the signature of Roger Dubuis on this watch. I'm less familiar with the works of Christophe Claret and Peter Speak-Marin to recognize it, but certainly you would be able to tell me which one is which. It's a monster of a watch, but also just very nicely decorated, incredibly designed. The case is finished in a beautiful and unique way. The pushers for the day and the month are very discreetly placed and in an unusual manner. The rotor weight itself is a work of art. Looks like a fucking Viking ship, honestly. I could just get the watch if I had the money for the rotor weight itself, because God knows that I wouldn't be able to wear a watch of this size. Um, but a very beautiful aesthetic, certainly a very original layout. Um, the larger than life shape and appearance of the watch is balanced out by the titanium case material, as well as the contours of the case that makes it sit a little more comfortably, a little more dynamically on the wrist. It's a 44 millimeter piece, a triple calendar, as I mentioned, with big dates under 12 o'clock, month over 12 o'clock, and uh, between the end links, really. And there is another guichet type opening under between the lugs for the day of the week as well. The piece so far failed to attract any bids, but the starting bid is around $7,600 for lot 75. This is Maître du Temps, which is a collaborative venture that existed if I'm not mistaken, in 3 chapters for early 2000s, a collab between Christophe Claret, Roger Dubuis, and Peter Speak Marin. And this is a very cool watch, honestly. Um, I know the price point might be prohibitive to some for a collaboration that was a blip in history and that hasn't lasted for too long. But I'm a big fan of these watches. You know who else is a big fan? My guest tomorrow, Bill Sanders, with whom I'm going to talk about LVMH's revival of the Daniel Roth brand, really the revival of the name without Daniel Roth himself. We'll talk about the ramifications of that move, and we'll talk about what it means for watchmaking and for collectors. This is a conversation we'll have at 1:30 Pacific Standard Time tomorrow, 4:30 New York. So should be interesting. Please do stay tuned for tomorrow. This will be an early show. And yes, I look forward to hosting Bill Sanders again on this channel. We had a lovely conversation about their project last time, about the Lyrique Etude #1 watches. Check it out on my channel if you want to prepare a little bit, if you want to get a sense of how our dynamic is. Vanlux, I just mentioned it, that should be around 7,600, but the rule of the thumb is you divide it by 8. So 8 Hong Kong dollars makes about $1 US. Lot 78 is, as the French like to call this brand, I love it. I love this. H. Moser, H. Moser et Company, Mayu, reference 321503-003. This is, of course, essentially a very minimalistic, elegant watch, 39 millimeters, an anthracite dial, large Arabic numeral at 12 o'clock. The brand name itself, I think, rendered in beautiful script, which may strike you as discordant with the Arabic numeral. I understand. I don't know what to tell you, honestly. There is something about how H. Moser combines different kinds of influences, and sometimes they somehow fit together. Sometimes there's a little bit of a discordance between different elements in their watches. In this case, this looks like a very elegant dress watch in platinum with that anthracite dial, with the small seconds at 6 o'clock, which is kind of like an oversized small second. So it's actually a beautiful aesthetic. You also have the folding clasp in white gold, unfortunately not matching material. This piece comes... okay. It does come with an extra platinum buckle. I'm expecting that is just a pin buckle if they put it like that, and with the rest of the package as well. There is a power reserve display on the back that you can see as part of the movement, which is displayed through a sapphire exhibition caseback. And the Mayu uh, is attracting already quite a bit of attention at lot 78. Moses stock has been on a consistent rise, especially over the last few years. And this watch, coming from a slightly earlier period of their existence, should be of interest to budding collectors of this particular brand. It is currently being bid at $75,000, which is a little more than 9,500. Remember, there's still 10 days to go, so quite a ways to go for the H. Mose Company Mayu in platinum. We have about an hour to go, by the way, people. So if you want to interject with something, if you want a topic for me to discuss before it's too late, feel free to butt in with a question. JB, thank you. This is so generous. $4.99 between lot 36 and lot 57. Which would I choose and why? Is what I would ask myself. So lot 57 was the Frank Müller, and then lot 36, I will look at them more closely. I just want to identify them first. Is the Bulgari. Who are we choosing it for? Let's start with this. So the Bulgari is, for me, here are things that I really like it. I like the bracelet on this watch. I like the design of the case that has that Roman coin inspired bezel. You might know already that is Gerard Janta design elements. That's something that Janta designed for the brand. The Bulgari watch is his piece. That stuttering name of the watch is also somehow balanced out with the two Arabic numerals, one for 12 o'clock, one for 6. I like this watch, actually. It's a very sparsely decorated watch. It's a very simple and beautiful watch. I think that date window between 4 and 5 o'clock is an interruption, and it's an unnecessary and unwelcome one for something that is so pure. But that's just me. Maybe you like it. I think this is very elegant and, a little bit feminine as well. That's why I asked, who is this for? Now, having said that, I would wear this watch, so it's not a diss in any way, but between, the ruby on, I'm guessing this is a ruby, though that needs to be confirmed, between the stone on the crown and the mother of pearl dial. I think, considering also the proportions of the watch, I think it might strike some people as a little dainty and feminine, but I like that for dress watches, honestly. It's that is supposed to be the vibe. So I would certainly recommend this. I really love the bracelet. I do love the bezel. And I actually like the mother of pearl dial. In this case, it looks very elegant, kind of like a powder blue accent. Very natural, again, very pure. The Frank Müller is a much more masculine piece, quite honestly. It doesn't really go after their iconic tonneau-shaped design, but a perfect square, kind of contoured, and fitted on a bracelet with, fitted on a strap with those officer style lugs, which I really like. I think the elongated and elongated Roman numerals that are accented with that red and matched with that spade handset give it enough playfulness to still identify it as a Frank Müller watch. I kind of like this one too. I think between the two, if you're choosing for yourself, I would choose this. If you're choosing it for your partner, I would choose the Bulgari. Not sure. I do actually wear red Jordans, but not every day. I still wear my Roy Jones sneakers once every so often, and those are very red, although really balanced with black and white as well. But yes, I don't wear Jordan sneakers 90% of the time. So I think I would go with Frank Müller. I like square and rectangular shaped watches. As much as I like Bulgari, this would be my choice. Yep. My vote is for lot 57. I think overall Frank Müller is much maligned and very underrated. Um, and especially in less predictable case shapes and models, um, I think they're a surprisingly good deal. At lot 81, we have another Omega Speedmaster. This is for the 40th anniversary of the Apollo 11 with that silver insert for the continuous running seconds at 9 o'clock. The moon watch, so to speak, in stainless steel with that spectacular 40th anniversary case back that marks the date. Of course, the time is actually written in GMT and in red fonts under the brand logo and model name. This is a lovely piece and is currently being bid at 30,000 Hong Kong dollars, and that's around 3,800 with more than 10 days to go in this Christie's Hong Kong based online only auction for lot 81, which is an Apollo 11 commemorative piece, limited run of 7,969 pieces. We have a lovely ultra thin dress watch by Piaget at lots 84 with a diamond set bezel. This is a white gold Altiplano in 18 karat white gold, a hand wound movement, the matching Piaget white gold buckle, nice silver dial that fits the watch, and you have an unusually placed small seconds dial that is really a design marvel in the way that it divides out the seconds, and that really gives this watch a very unique flavor beyond its exceptional elegance as an ultra thin dress watch in white metal. With more than 10 days to go, this piece has a bid at $50,000, which is almost 50,000 Hong Kong dollars, I should say, which is almost 6,400 in US dollars. Oh, JB, I agree. My favorite is actually the Frank Muller. My favorite is the Lot 57. Um, yes, Van Lux, I am actually drinking Stella. Um, I like Peroni a little better. Couldn't find it, and I couldn't be bothered. I just wanted something cold, honestly, and I wasn't gonna drink soda. Speaking of beautiful stuff that Piaget makes, we have some very interesting pieces at 85 and 86 in terms of more jewelry like pieces. Speaking of Roger Dubuis, there are some fascinating watches by him as well, 87 and 88, 89 and 90. Less in his classical design language, more for the later um, periods. But anyway, I like some of the classic stuff that Roger Dubuis did. I think that should be one of my next segments in the Patreon. I'll post the links for that as well. If you want to join, I think the segments are pretty self-explanatory. The tiers are pretty self-explanatory. '95 is a now discontinued series by Vacheron. I really like the design of these pieces. This was especially a model that I appreciated. It's kind of a sporty take, a very multi-layered design. The dial itself has something of a playfulness about it that kind of has a tryst with open working and skeletonization, but perhaps not. It is a design that integrates one of the mottos of the brand, or really the uh, motto of the brand, as you can read it. Um, I think it goes something like this. Uh, oh wow, it's a whole essay. I thought it was just saying to do better if possible, and it is always possible. That's one of the mottos of Vacheron Constantin, which I always appreciated a lot. Um, this is Quai de Lille. It's, in a way, you might say it's replaced by the 56 now, but this was a series and a line that had its original design aesthetic. That was kind of the sense of adventure that I always appreciate in Vacheron's design. This is a titanium piece on a rubber strap with that sort of semi-skeletonized dial, with an interesting date display in a concentric circle that follows the lines of the hour track, which is inscribed with the words of the founder. I'll try to see if I can find the whole text, but that's François Constantin. Let's see if we can. Yeah, faire mieux si possible, ce qui est toujours possible. So do better if possible, and that is always possible. Apparently, this is what François Constantin wrote to his collaborator, Jacques Barthélemy. But yeah, this is a very cool watch. It is currently being bid at 100,000 Hong Kong dollars. So already quite a nice chunk of money, $12,750 roundabout. It's a time and date watch, but very original, intriguing design, a very inspired aesthetic, and a very multi-layered iteration of a titanium cushion-shaped case that is served up on a rubber strap. This is a reference 86050 at lot 95 of a now discontinued Quai de Lille. With 10 days to go, it is currently being bid at 12,750. JB, the comeback part I would take with a grain of salt, although they are pushing pretty hard. They were coming for a trunk show for Saks Fifth Avenue. I've never seen a watch brand come for a trunk show with a department store before. I'm sure it happened. I'm not going to say this is the first time in history or something. But in this climate, it was an interesting venture by Frank Müller of all brands, after all. So just something to note. They are pushing pretty hard. You remember when we were looking at in Eichen Zurich and their timed auctions, there were a lot of different models of the Fidias on offer. This is even, you remember at one point in time, the Vacheron 222 was itself forgotten. The Fidias is even more forgotten. I'm not sure if anyone will remember it at any point in time, but I think it is an interesting piece of design. And in this 18 karat yellow gold example, in the chronograph version that is on the integrated bracelet, it is an interesting proposition. A 3 register chronograph with date at 6 o'clock. Um, I think the heat blued hands for the chronograph is an interesting aesthetic. It's a nice contrast over the champagne dial. And finally, um, if you can find it at the right price point, this is the reference 49001. The Fidias could be an interesting piece to pick up, but it is an acquired taste, and they're not exactly the kind of Vacheron Constantin that holds value and that would be interesting. That could be easy to turn over if you want to move out of it. So tread with care unless you really like it. Lot 96 has so far failed to attract any offers, but the starting bid is right around $10,000. And you can kind of see why it hasn't attracted any bids. I kind of like these watches, but they're smaller than even the 222, and they're also just, they have not been very popular. So let's put it like this. If the 222 was what the Nautilus was for Patek Philippe, when we speak of Vacheron Constantin, the Phidias is more like the Neptune for Patek Philippe. So you figure it out, right? If you don't know the Neptune, you have no business to mess with the Phidias. Um, that's my short take on the Lot 96. So last 30 minutes. Thank you for staying with me. If you have been enjoying the show, if you have liked tonight's show, if you have learned something from it, please support by clicking the like button. It really helps. It makes all the difference, really. I would appreciate that. This is another Vacheron Constantin, reference 48100 slash 000J-3. It is basically your simple two-hander with a pointer date at 6 o'clock and power reserve at 12. The again, the Conde de Vache lugs and the beautifully interspersed Roman numerals that barely make any sense give the watch a lot of character. I like the hobnail decorations in the subdials that are a beautiful contrast. I like the off keel layout of the dial too, joking aside. Of course, it is matched with that iconic Maltese cross buckle as well. Lot 98 with more than 10 days to go is actually being bid at 32,000 Hong Kong dollars. That's a little more than 4,000 US dollars. Lot 100 is Type 20 by Pixa. This is actually a French Type 20 made by Hanhart, which you can probably make out in terms of the aesthetic of the case, including the coin edge bezel that's marked by that red paint that now stands at 12 o'clock. It's a very nicely balanced piece with syringe hands and two registers that are perfectly positioned and proportioned in relation to the crown. It is a very nice hand wound chronograph, and with now a little less than 10 days to go, it is being bid at 2,800 Hong Kong dollars, and that is a little more than 300, pardon me, 350 in US dollars. Depending on where it ends up, it could be a very interesting value proposition. Keep your eyes out on the VIXA Type 20 at lot 100. These are, I think, made in a run of maybe 4,000 or 5,000 pieces by Hanhart for the French aerial forces. Um, Again, it's an interesting choice. It's not Breguet, it's not Maté Tissot, it's not Dodin or Oricoste, but still an interesting maker for certainly a fascinating piece of military aviation history. At 102, we have limited edition Zenit that was made in 25 pieces. This is a platinum El Primero Tourbillon. With a nice déployant clasp that actually matches the case material, a stepped bezel and stepped lugs make this tourbillon chronograph a very interesting venture indeed. I think you get a lovely cutout there for the tourbillon. The bridge itself kind of interpolates the at least the part of the 4-point star logo of the Zenit. I really like this piece. It's a very original piece of design. It takes a lot of adventurous turns that you don't necessarily expect from a Zenit, and for that reason, it's very exciting. Obviously, for a watch that takes so much risks and that is so unique, you really need to be a specific kind of collector, because here the starting bid is right over $20,000. No bids on it so far, but for this platinum limited edition chronograph, genuinely limited in 25 pieces, with the tourbillon in this unique design layout. I think it is really a beautiful watch. Wish I had something like this on my collection. At 45 millimeters, it's quite a beast, but it would be just beautiful to even look at. And of course, it does come with its full packaging as well. So we have about 25 minutes. I'm gonna focus on some of the interesting pieces. This is Patek Philippe Calatrava with the Moon Phase 5015R. It has the officer case that goes for the lugs, as well as the case back, which is hinged and which you can pop open to get a glimpse of that micro rotor movement with a 22 karat gold rotor weight that is engraved with the Calatrava cross, and that is based on caliber 240. It also carries the hallmark of Geneva, of course, belonging to that particular era. This piece has the Arabic numerals, which are quite stylized, written, inscribed in lacquer. It has a power reserve that is an outward facing crescent towards 10 and 11 o'clock. It has the moon phase at 7 o'clock. And it also has the continuous running seconds right between 4 and 5. I think it's a beautiful watch, especially with this beaded bezel decoration. It's a very elegant piece, rather unusual, but certainly well worth a consideration. No one has really put a bid on it just yet, but the starting bid is a little more than 12,500 in US dollars for this pink gold Patek Philippe Calatrava reference 5015R at lot 109. Lot 110 is Patek Philippe Grande Complication. This is 5208. P. This is an instantaneous monopusher. Sorry, instantaneous instantaneous monopusher chronograph minute repeater in platinum with those pierced lugs. Of course, you can see the slide here for the chiming function of the watch. You have those triple windows for the day of the week, the date, and the month at 10, 12, and 2 o'clock, more or less. You have a 12-hour counter at 9 o'clock, which has the day and night indicator in it. You have the leap year indicator right here. The moon phase is facing downward. And of course, you can also see how, as with a lot of Patek watches, platinum Patek watches in the modern era, it is set with that brilliant cut single diamond between the lugs at 6 o'clock. The starting bid is 5,500,000 Hong Kong dollars. That amounts to a little more than 700,000 US dollars. And so far, there are no takers with less than 10 days to go now. Jake Brooks, what is going on? What is that? We have a reveal. Oh, should we wait for a super chat, perhaps?
It's just a box.
It's just a what's in the box?
Well, something very special.
Oh, what's in the box? Let me see. Wait, let's wait for the reveal for a second. Let's see if someone is generous enough to give us a super chat, and I will. Don't reveal just yet.
Put the gun down. I saw you with the box. What was in the box?
Because I envy your normal life.
Put the gun down, David.
It seems that envy is my sin.
Oh, what's in the box? What's in the fucking box? Give me the gun.
What's in the box, Jake Brooks? Oh, that's too much of a tease. Basil's Bezels, $1.99, very generous. Let's see what's in the box. He says unboxing, and Van Lux gives us $2.79. Fike's sakes! All right, let's open this. Let's see it. Oh, it's the Blue Box experience. It's the Blue Box experience. What's going on? Ooh, look at that. Look at that. Ooh. That sounds like a nice paper bag from your favorite fast food joint.
Ta-da, ta-da!
Woo!
Ta-da, ta-da!
Nice.
Ta-da, ta-da!
They look pretty nice. Very cool. Let me give you the full solo layout.
I don't know. I think with black jeans, I think this is a cool look. I mean, it's a little much, but you've got
Hey, look, I mean, it's the kind of piece that you either wear every day or just save for special occasions. I don't think there's a middle ground with something like this.
What do you think, Meech?
What I think is there's a sucker born every fucking minute. That's what I fucking think.
Hey, listen. Did you see the last collaboration they had with like a major fashion brand?
Oh my god! I mean, tell me this. Tell me you're having a laugh, mate. Tell me you bought these like off of a third-party website. Don't tell me you paid retail for this.
Retail, baby, retail.
Retail is much better. What are you talking about?
Good
You would have
lord!
paid-
I wouldn't even pay $50 for these shoes, my guy.
So you've got $60 worth of silver right in the back here. Tiffany silver. There you go.
Man, it's gonna give a whole new meaning to if somebody fucking mugs you and just takes your shoes. Like, first off, you lost your silver. Secondly, you lost your pride. Oh man, look. I mean, jokes aside, look. I remember talking to Lord about this. I don't know. I'm not. With all due respect, I'm not a huge fan of them. I think, yeah. Are these limited production? Right? They're only like made a couple hundred pairs of them.
They're gone.
Yeah.
It's over.
Well, then
As
back
far as
to
the
Lord's
dunk
question, then.
goes, it's probably the best suede that I've seen on a dunk. It's got leather, so on the inside too. Remember, I was telling you the Tiffany color.
Mm-hmm.
Then on the tongue.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. I think, the family and friends version is utter dog shit. I think there's too much blue on that one. This one has just the right amount. Especially once you put it on, it's just a swoosh. So it's great.
But no, I think Lord brings up a very, very interesting question. Are you gonna wear these, or are you gonna put the shoe condoms on? Wrap them up and just hope they collect value.
I think I'm going to put it on the wall. I like it. I've got a couple others that are going to go up. Bart Simpson for the Fruity Pebbles. I mean, there's a couple of these that are just iconic colors. Yeah. I like it.
I think there is, it's either you have to brush it off once every so often and wear it for something really special. You can treat it as a collectible.
Sure.
I understand that. I respect that. But it's not the kind of thing like, let me get this carton of milk kind of.
For sure. But
Yeah.
if I was going to a nice event and it went with the outfit, I would wear it. It's slick.
Why not?
Yeah.
Pretty small shoe there. What is that, a ladies 8.5?
11 and a half. Hey. Yeah, 11 and a half. So, is that what you're saying? 11, yeah. 11 and a half.
Nice. Hey, look, we appreciate a nice pair of calves here. It's all good. It's all good.
This is like the new. Should be. All right.
Look, I've seen a few athletic shots. I'm not gonna give any details of a young Jake Brooks. He's an athlete. He's an athlete.
Jake, you got something on the side that I don't know about? Is Lord subbed to something?
No. I get fed individually, personalized. pieces.
Jesus. That means you're a preferred customer, huh?
Well, I mean, we're just good friends.
That's how it starts. Look, I mean, I guess, yeah, in the end, look, it's not terrible. I personally wouldn't buy it. I know these are going to skyrocket. But hey, I mean, mazel tov.
So I planned on not getting them. So I bought actually this color. They've only come out with a couple of these that are like light green, and I've got a couple of tops that are kind of pulling these colors in. So let me show you the ones that
Nice.
that I expected to get. The only other green that they have, I was not expecting to win this. When Lord and I both entered it on the same day, right? And we're like, let's see if we get it. You had to put your credit card down, and if you won, they charged it. And so, I mean, this is what showed up today.
Hey,
but
look,
I wanted to get this color, so I bought these at retail off of StockX that was just about the same color. This is the only other one they came out with this one. And so this is brand new, and I was like, I still want the look on it. But so this is probably the one that I'll kick around. But I bought these expecting not to get these.
hey man, I mean, I put my hat in the ring. It didn't work out for me. I'm happy that it did for you, and I'm happy that I reminded you on that day quickly, so you could put your name in as well.
But
Yeah,
now these
well, they
will
didn't.
probably be like,
Probably they did a background check on me, Jake Brooks, and didn't like what they found out.
yeah, I don't know.
No, they're both cool. I still prefer the Tiffany. By the way, I have to iterate this. I have already said it, but the packaging is amazing. I mean, not only the Tiffany blue, but the Moroccan red they used in the inside, and the like newspaper look for the wrapping they did as well. It's just a cool presentation. Very good.
All right. So what color would you put on the outside?
Black. I would leave it black, but it's your pair, so you do whatever you want. But I will leave it black.
I'd do white.
Can you
Add
can
a
you?
pop of color.
Yeah, the yellow's out there, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit weird, isn't it?
Yellow is kind of a random choice, I have to say. And the blue is too obvious. So I am with Meech. If you really want to change it, I would try out the white looks, but I would, I'm a black. I used to, at some point in my life, I was the goth guy. So I used to wear all black. I was a metal person. So it's a cool one. I like it. I like it this way. I wouldn't mess with it, but play around and see what.
I don't see
how
what the
it looks.
chat's saying, but I think they did a nice job here with the, it's got a couple of articles and stuff on making it look like kind of a vintage throwback from,
Yeah.
from times past, but it has all, dunk items with it.
Yeah, I think it's a nice presentation to begin with. Even that silver detail, I think, speaks to that idea that they're trying to make an experience out of it, and they have succeeded. The chat says Van Lux banana yellow baby, and John Wick says Tiffany blue. Nick Butter says either blue or white, and Van Lux says play with it. So up to you. I'm less adventurous, so I would have left it black, but in either case, I think it's cool. The banana yellow, the yellow seems a little out there. Other than that, I think they would all work in some way.
Yeah, I was happy to get it. I don't know. I haven't been that big of a sneakerhead as it is, but I do like kind of, you bring in, it's part of your look, right? Just as your watch is. Having decent shoes is just is an indicator, and in pop culture, it kind of, they'll notice your shoes before they'll notice your watch.
Oh, for sure. I think it's much more mainstream still with everything that the watches have picked up. Of course, if you are wearing, a Daytona or a Nautilus or a Royal Oak, that's noticeable quite easily. But I think most, especially young people, look for the sneakers first than anything else. Still, I think.
Yeah, so it's the reason why I wear the white New Balances.
I was
Flex
gonna
that
say
dad
you are neither young nor white, but I guess that wasn't what you're talking about.
Hey, one can hope and dream, right?
So I think a lot of the Jordan colors that come out, there's a couple 100,000 of them they make. This was limited, they said, to around 20,000. And yeah, so I don't know if it's not really value, I wouldn't say, but if you can buy it at retail,
look, value, who cares? Value, you would only care, I think, if you are going to sell. And in that case, it's actually a lot of value, because I'm sure in a couple of months, when people realize what it is and how they pick up on the secondary market, you could probably sell it for at least 3 times you bought it for. But that's, I'm sure that's not what you're looking for. For me, the interesting thing about this is it's bigger than shoes. I like them quite a bit. As you said, I put in my name at the same time, basically, as you on the same day. But from the perspective of the whole LVMH enterprise, it shows how they're trying to build something else out of Tiffany & Co. They have just hired someone to direct their home collection. They are basically trying to make Tiffany as much of a lifestyle brand as any of the others in their family of companies, right? Bulgari, of course, is known for jewelry first and foremost, but they also have watches. They also have very nice ties. They have all sorts of other accessories for men and women. They're trying to make sure that Tiffany is not just silver trinkets and some expensive pieces of jewelry and a watch here and there. They want to make something much bigger out of it, something that would encompass items that people can wear in their everyday life. And this Air Force One is basically a step in that direction. I think there's much more to come.
I'd say these are the three kind of everydayers, though, but I think they're stylish enough to where, they're the dark colors. They don't stand out as much. I mean, you couldn't wear.
I like
I
the
don't think
boots.
you'd.
I like the boots. That's my favorite out of those three. Yeah, the boots. Van Lex says those are sick kicks. Love them.
Yeah, it was like winning a raffle, but I've bought $600 Tissot before just off of a whim, so we can't feel that terrible for buying shoes like that.
Exactly. So, I mean, again, the Tissot PRX is a nice watch and good value for the money, but the standard Air Force Ones by now, aren't they like $150?
Oh, I think they're less than that, aren't they? Like 129.
I think they're around 100.
I thought you were gonna say 75 or something. So yeah, you're bickering about. Well, I mean, considering how little you super chat to this channel, Meech, I can understand $20 may be a lot of money for you. That's okay.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard.
But yeah, if these were 400, not to
400.
be too short, yeah, I think that's okay. I mean, I think that's a decent deal. Okay, Air Force Ones are 110. Yeah. In different colors, they are more expensive. Somehow goes all the way up to 200. I think it makes sense.
Either way, I think they're a great novelty item, if anything. A great thing to add to a collection here. And definitely something you can kind of giggle at because it is a very niche thing.
I mean, it's still the hype color, the Tiffany blue.
For sure.
Undeniably. Everyone still releases, ice blue, Tiffany blue, powder blue, turquoise dial watch. Constantly something else comes out. And I understand why something like this would be popular too.
It's also the first collaboration they've had. I mean, you see, Tiffany doesn't. They're very protective with their brand, and Nike's very protective with its brand. So, when those come together, market forces on it, and with a limited supply, they're just a hot shoe. When you see them, they're just kind of out there, just kind of like some of the watches that we wear.
That's right. I think that's a great parallel. I like it. There are a few things I don't want to leave anyone hanging, but there were like two more watches I wanted to show. We just took a look at that Grande Complication 5208P, which was an instantaneous perpetual calendar, moon phase, and a monopusher chronograph, and a minute repeater all at once. There's another Grande Complication, which is 6002G with this beautiful enamel dial with cloisonné kind of turquoise floral pattern at the center of the dial. It's also a tourbillon. Again, perpetual calendar with a retrograde date, moon phase at 6 o'clock, and of course you have a beautifully hand engraved case down to its slider. It's a minute repeater. And the sun moon complication is on the case back as well. Man, what a piece. This is, of course, speaking of sky and moon, this piece is at 28 million Hong Kong dollars, which is how much again? $3.5 million, basically. Nice. I mean, no one has bid on it yet. This is lot 111, but it is there. This is 6002, the Sky Moon Tourbillon for Patek Philippe, which is a piece that brings together both a high complication and métier d'art level craftsmanship. And it's certainly a striking piece. No pun intended. I really love these annual calendar gondolas. They're no longer made, but I think very nice value for the money if you are in the market for a Patek Philippe annual calendar. 18 karat yellow gold with this déployant clasp, the Calatrava cross on it as a buckle. The starting bid is right around $20,000 right now for lot 107 with less than 10 days to go. This could be an interesting pickup, of course, if it ended closer to the lower end of that estimate. And the 5135s really trend, at reasonable levels on the market. So keep an eye out for them.
So
yeah,
I have a question on the annual calendar.
Mm-hmm.
How difficult is that to set? Like, would you have to be scrolling through quite a bit? I mean, is this more than
It's set. Well, the easy way to correct them is by these adjusters, by these things that you correct with the pin that is provided with it. I mean, you can use a depleted pen just as well. To cycle through stuff, just moving the time ahead, if you haven't been wearing it, that can be painful. I would recommend, for an annual calendar or perpetual calendar, if you have an automatic piece for that, like something like this with full rotor, I would say to hell with it. Just get a winder, I don't recommend winders usually. I think they're a waste of money, and it's like letting your car run when you're not driving it. But for an annual calendar, self-winding with a full rotor, if it's not a piece that you are wearing every other day, every third day, I would say put it on a winder. It's just not worth the trouble. Otherwise, an annual calendar's advantage, of course, over a triple calendar, say, is that it requires only one correction. And if you buy it now, you won't have to set it until February next year. But joking aside, yes, that's the advantage of the annual calendar. Of course, Patek was the first to release it in serial production, so it has a particular meaning, particular significance in a Patek Philippe watch. Look, if you're asking the question, it is trouble for you. For me, I'm wearing the Tri-Compacts now. Every time I look forward to resetting it. I love pulling up moon phase indicator from the internet to match it, exactly with where it stands there. It's just something to geek about for me. And mine is hand wound, so inevitably it falls out of charge because I don't wear it every other day. I mean, I have too many watches to just focus on this as much as I like it.
On the Tudor Black Bay Chrono, it's got the 3 settings where you can quickly flip the date, whereas on the manual wound Breitling that I have, I mean, you're constantly turning it. I mean, it bothers me when it gets off a little bit. I mean, like the end of the month of 28, you had 3 days, so you're actually cycling through quite a bit. I try and avoid that. Meech, do you have a winder?
No, I kind of agree with Lord here. I think why I don't know. Yeah, I just never got into a winder in short.
Yeah, I don't either.
Yeah, frankly, I mean, again, it's not meant to be judgmental when I say, like, if you're asking for it, it might be too much trouble, in which case it's worth just getting a decent winder. The problem is usually with micro rotor calibers with winders. Hand wound, you can't use the winder anyways. But the micro rotors are finicky and they don't really work with winders. So you just have to make sure that you charge them, you wear them, and you keep them adjusted. With anything like this, I would really just invest in one, because if you're asking the question, probably it would bother you to reset it. For me, that kind of watch, whether it's a triple calendar or a perpetual calendar, it's that kind of special occasion anyways, or it makes it a special occasion when you wear a watch like that. It's a pleasure for me to set it, and it's never that much trouble. But your mileage will vary inevitably. A couple of other things. We already talked about the pink gold version of the 5015, so I'm gonna pass over that. At lot 108, though, you have the yellow gold version of the 109, which is the officer's case Calatrava with the moon phase. We were just talking about the Vacheron Constantin Phidias. This is the forgotten sports watch of the 90s, the 5080. There are a few different iterations of this. Jake Brooks can certainly tell you that I've just covered this earlier today. I don't know if he had time to look at the links and listen to my presentation, but this is the time-only model. I think it straddles both the dress and sports chic genres pretty well, except this is kind of sheep in wolf's clothing in a certain way, because it looks every bit of that integrated bracelet stainless steel sports watch, and in a way it is, but it's also just 30 meters of water resistance, so it's barely splash proof. It certainly skews towards the dressier side of the spectrum. But I really like the bracelet on these. It's kind of like a reptilian version of the old school beads of rice numbers. And these are very cool watches at 37 millimeters, also very wearable. 8.5 millimeter in the time and date version. Really brings together the best of both worlds. It's an acquired taste, but between the bracelet and these fluted decorations, it's certainly one of my favorite Pateks of all time, but I'm just a weirdo, so don't mind me. This is lot 105.
I love how they keep the consistency of the the gaps between each one of those ridges on both the bracelet and the bezel.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Right. I was saying this is lot 105, currently being bid at 65,000 Hong Kong dollars, and that is right around 8,250, a little less than 10 days to go. These are great value on the secondary markets. 5080 as an entire product family is great. 5081 is the precious metal version on the leather band. That would be a great pickup as well. 5085 is the moon phase version with that caliber we were looking at with an exhibition case back, caliber 240. So a lot of interesting value here. Again, not a cheap watch by any means, but certainly something that brings a lot of the 70s design with a 90s touch on the table. The integrated bracelet, I think, is a piece of art. It might be otherwise an acquired taste, but it wears so well that you might even forget that you hate it, even if you don't like it. And finally, this is the last thing I will present today. This is lot 104 from the online exclusive Christie's auction based out of Hong Kong. A little less than 10 days left on the clock. This is Patek Philippe Ellipse, reference 3984. As you can see, this is a yellow gold number with Roman numeral dial. Those twisted feuille hands are really pieces of art. Small seconds at 6 makes this a beautiful dress watch. The hobnail bezel was once, and to a certain extent still is, a signature of a Patek Philippe dress watch. You can still see it, of course, on their Calatravas, such as the, what was it, 6119 today. This is a great iteration, if you ask me, for the dressier and more muted versions of the Ellipse. Hand wound movements. I love the attention to detail on the Ellipse pieces. Even the buckles have that shape that is based on the golden ratio. Fantastic deal usually on these. I don't know how the auction will end up, but for now, it is being bid at 3,300 US dollars. That is 26,000 Hong Kong dollars for lot 104, which is a Patek Philippe Ellipse in yellow gold, reference 3987, with the Claude Paris or hobnail bezel. Fantastic little dainty wristwatch. It's great. I don't know if you guys remember. Maybe Meech might. Do you remember the Society of Tiny Dress Watches?
No, no.
Oh,
It's late at night. Maybe I do, maybe I don't, but it's late at night. So refresh my memory.
Archie had a website like that. It was like Society for either tiny dress watches or thin dress watches.
Okay, I'm starting to vaguely remember what you're referring to. Yeah. Yeah.
It was basically his spirited argument to justify reduced size Pateks, or what you call ladies or granny size Pateks. It was a beautiful moment in the Archie luxury history. I miss it. I miss it. All right, guys. Do do you have anything to add? Do you have anything that you would like to discuss before we close tonight's show? It's been 4 hours and 15 minutes. No? Yes? Maybe? Meech?
I've got nothing. Yeah, no, I got nothing.
Meech is a free agent. He's going to announce it again.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is correct. I'm a free agent. I'm looking to sign another contract deal. So yeah,
Why is it
exploring all
wait,
prospects.
what happened? Did your contract just run out? You were kicked out? You don't want to be with your previous employers anymore?
No, it's just I think it's time to pull like a Kevin Durant, and it's time for my next chapter.
Yeah, it's I mean, look, you can always hang out here. I'm certainly not going to offer you any contracts, but you're always welcome.
I'm not gonna say I could say something, but I'm just not going to.
I think you're always a free agent. I thought you just did whatever you wanted anyways.
For the most part, but there's some politics at play here. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you mean what I'm thinking, I have 2 sentences to add on the topic. This is my brother. I love the man. There are obvious reasons for it. He's my people. I will always stand for my people. But I also appreciate him as a person. I know exactly what he is talking about. I have experienced the same thing myself from the same person, from the same people, really, on that same platform. I'm not interested in getting involved in any stupid beef or debacle or exchange with people I don't consider my equal, my interlocutors, people that I don't respect. But this is my brother. I will collaborate with this. We'll talk about music. We'll talk about watches. We'll talk about the world. We'll talk about life. We'll do something together sooner or later, probably sooner than later. But beyond that, not much needs to be said because this put it beautifully, concisely, and eloquently. That's that. I don't need to add anything to that. So if that was what you're talking about, I understand. If it wasn't what you were talking about, I'm happy to have gotten it out of my, off my chest.
I think it's glad you said something about it because when it was first brought up on another channel, I think you did the right thing, and you said I'm not going to stand for this, and this is BS, and said I'm not going to associate with you folks that are going to do this. So if nothing else, I think it shows a lot that you did the right thing when it mattered, and I appreciate you saying something on it today.
Again, people know where my heart lies, and I've commented on this's video immediately when I saw it, and that's it. Oh my God, Basil, thank you so much, man. Thank you. 1999. Thank you, man. I love you too. You're great. I do appreciate it.
I'll share a story on. I would say kind of another example where it was handled the right way. I was playing big time ball in college, and we in the South there were coaches that were just from the old school. They were just old men, and they talked a little different before then. And we were on a team with mostly black guys, a lot of times from the inner cities. And a coach got mad at one of the players and accidentally dropped a racial slur. Really just ranting, but just it was part of it. And I'll say one thing that the coach did is we never saw that man again. And it was an immediate, impactful statement that that's not going to go on here. And no one found out. The person that was fired had very close relations with, even like closer than just like a long history with the head coach. And it was dealt with immediately. And I think it's just respectable that you hit the bricks and said, no, this isn't cool. And this is not how we're going to joke. And this is not how this isn't like a topic of discussion. That's going to be all right.
Again, I don't like kind of pouring salt on old wounds. Not for me, not for others. I don't think there's much to benefit from making it personal. But I think, okay, I'm not going to be as vain to say time has proven me right, but I will say this. The way the story unfolded and the way this person repeated the same kinds of attacks against groups of people, the way he targeted other individuals as well within the community, in sexist, racist, and anti-Semitic ways, identified a pattern of behavior where people can perhaps now look back and understand I was identifying a general problem that wasn't just a tasteless joke. It is a person who is rotten to the core and who is a liability to the community at large, who is robbed of character, and who is also a scoundrel on the level of his dealings with people, financial and otherwise. That kind of character has no place in a community in which I'm a member. And since I don't dictate conditions over others, I'm not a dictator. I don't have those sorts of tendencies. I will just dissociate myself from that aspect, that channel, that platform. I said what I needed to say, like you reiterated. Other people are speaking their part now. And I think it is leading to a larger consciousness where people will have to do something. They can't continue gaslighting everyone. They have done it to me. They were saying things about me being mentally ill, being mentally unstable. Okay, let's say that's true. Everyone who suspects the same thing now is going to be called mentally unstable because they identify a whole current of hatred that seems to be churned out from this channel. How's that possible? We are all mad. It reminds me of that famous Arabian Nights story. You know, the entire city starts drinking from this well, sorry, it's a little too late, and they all start going mad. Right at the end of the day, it's just the king and his vizier who have not drunk from the well. So who is really mad here? Who is really mentally unstable? I think it's that entire community that's mentally unstable before it's me or this, to be honest. I'm gonna leave it at that because you can see I'm getting angry again because it's just crazy.
Well,
the level of
you can choose who you can choose who you want to be around. And I remember kind of the old saying is, "Tell me who your friends are, and I'll tell you who you are." I mean, running around with those things that way, if you think about it in that fashion, kind of puts it in perspective. Tell me who your friends are, and I'll tell you who you are.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's fine as long as people. Once again, I've never put anyone to a loyalty test. I don't mind whether people watch other shit, consume other kinds of content. Who am I? Who am I to decide that? But, like you said, friendship is something else. Support at that level where you ostracize everyone who dares to raise a peep, who dares to say something critical about what is going on your platform. I think that's something else. And if you ally yourself with that, and yourself, I'm talking about it generally, obviously, Jake, I'm not addressing you, but if you ally yourself with that sort of prosecution, really, and bullying on a communal level that they're trying to conduct on us on a single person right now, and they should know this is not alone. So they can't bully him like that. They can't gaslight him like that. I will never allow that myself. If someone joins in that effort, I lump that person in that same group. Otherwise, everyone watches what they want. I've never put anyone to a litmus test. I never cared if someone else is broadcasting at this time, another person is live streaming here or there. I'm not competing with anyone. I'm not interested in anyone's audience. People come here because they want my perspective, because they want my perspective on watches for the most part, and style, and to a certain extent lifestyle. But I'm not an ideologue. I'm not an enemy of anyone, but I will always stand up for my friends. So that's, again, something I keep repeating. Sorry to sound like a broken record, but for me, that's the red line.
Well said.
All right, guys. Thank you. I'm sorry that this has come up, but perhaps it needed to be addressed. Everyone more or less knows what we are talking about. For anyone who does not, I would just advise you to, hey, just check out Dizurdi's channel. This is my friend. He posted, well, he's basically everyone's friend. I can't lay a claim to him. So please subscribe to his channel. And if you watch his recent video, which is a vlog from his bed.
No, I think the community itself can do a better job of just calling it out as it happens and say, hey, like, we're not gonna, like, don't say those kind of things, and we disagree with that, and not continue on. But Van Lux, I'm not saying that he needs to be kicked. I'm not saying anyone needs to be banned if he's entertaining folks, but you have to be checked on those kind of things. And we all can do better about saying, dude, don't say those, like.
Look, I mean, I respect your opinion, and I think it's a principled stance. It again, 4.5 hours of live stream, right? So I don't think I'm in a place to have actually a serious reasoned discussion about this, but I would love to have actually a more structured argument about how a certain anti-cancel culture sentiment helps people get away with murder anything less than murder and rape, basically, on YouTube. I think we need to do something about that. Some people do deserve to be canceled. I'm not talking about erasure or deletion, and I'm using code words here, really. But some people need to be kicked out of the platform. And I think Ocean is that kind of individual. But it is a long argument. I respect a principled stance against canceling people overall, but I think it's actually wrong-headed, and I think it's limited. I think it needs to be relaxed. I think people need to stop treating everyone who identifies these sorts of toxic people on YouTube as if we are all social justice warriors, or we are just easily offended and want to just cancel people who disagree with our opinions. That's far from it. But it's a very long discussion, right? I'm not going to have a 6-hour live stream today. I really do want to end. So I would welcome this on a day where you can give me an hour of your time, come on the channel, and we can discuss. I think it's a valuable argument to have, cancel culture, anti-cancel culture, and we can try to find our way out of it.
Thanks for having me on, and glad to share those new kicks.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing.
See you, Mish.
Yep, see you. Enjoy.
All right. We are closing. Thank you so much again, Bezos, Van Lux, and JB, for your generous contributions, for your generous repeated contributions. Nick Butter as well, who is always here, always helping me dissect watches and talk more about horology. And Meech, even though he's a free agent, is pretty frequently here, and I appreciate him, even though I'm not always best to articulate it, even though I sometimes tease him too much, I'm sure, but it's reciprocal. I take a lot of shit from him too, so I should be able to dish it back.
Nah, I'm not gonna say anything. You threw that one up there way too easy. No, I'm not gonna say anything.
Okay. Well, you'll start with that tomorrow's live stream if you are here.
Yeah,
St. Peter too, by the way, very generously contributed at the beginning of the show. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you for your support and presence. Please hit the like button if you haven't already on your way out. I appreciate you. Thank you for coming here, and thank you for listening to my rant at the end of the show. It was something that needed to be addressed. Again, I don't want to be involved in any dramas or beefs. It's not my style, because I take these kinds of things very seriously. So it's an area that I tread very carefully, and I advise that people do the same, and do not target people in this kind of way. Do not think, if you are targeting them, that they are alone, that you can bully them, that you can silence them. Eventually, the truth has a very persistent way of coming out and asserting itself. And when that day comes, it will spell trouble for you. So this is a development in that direction, and I needed to say something about it. Hopefully, I didn't offend any of you, but if I did, I don't really care. I love you all, but I'm going to continue expressing my opinion because I feel very strongly about it. Thank you again. I'll see you tomorrow, actually, at 1:30 Pacific Standards, 4:30 New York time, 4:30 East Coast, with my conversation along with Bill Sanders on the new revival of the Daniel Roth brand in the LVMH La Fabrique du Temps workshop. So I look forward to talking more about watches then. Thank you, everyone. I'll see you soon. Again.